Pancasila, aku yang pendukungmu, patriot proklamasi, sedia berkorban untukmu. Pancasila dasar negara, rakyat adil maupun sentosa, pribadi bangsaku, ayo maju. Ayo maju, maju, ayo maju, maju.
Selamat pagi.
Ayo maju, ayo maju, maju, ayo maju, maju.
Pakai headset soalnya. Baik, terima kasih kepada MC atas kesempatannya. Enggak ya? Enggak bisa dengar ibunya enggak ngomong sama aku. Pasti ngomong.
Good morning, Mrs. Ati. Thank you for joining today's seminar.
menjadi tanggunganmu terhadap dosa, menjadi tanggunganmu terhadap dosa.
Love
Good morning, Mrs. Astuti. Thank you for joining us today. Good morning, Mrs. Astuti. Thank you for joining today's seminar.
Thank you, Miss Mutiara. Good luck.
Thank you, Mrs. Good morning, Miss Dwi.
Good morning, Su. Cantik banget ini. Apaan? Friska.
Morning, Mrs. Aris. Good morning, Mrs. Aris.
timur matahari mulai bercahaya, bangun dan berdiri, kawan semua. Marilah mengatur barisan kita, seluruh pemuda Indonesia. Mulai bercahaya, bangun dan berdiri, kawan semua. Marilah mengatur barisan kita, seluruh pemuda Indonesia. Terpujilah wahai
Good morning, Mr. Lutfi. Good morning,
morning.
Mr. Ferry. And good
Good morning,
morning, Mrs. Dwi.
Mutiara, how are you today?
Kak Lutfi.
How are you today?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you for joining today's seminar.
Kucing kok nggak keluar-keluar ya? Terus itu masuk katanya belum bisa.
Good morning, Miss Tuswaton. Good morning, Mrs. Reka. Good morning, Mrs. Pipit. Dear all participants, please ensure that your camera are activated because the event is about to begin. Before we beginning this seminar, I would like to read the rules this event. Syndrome 2023 Seminar Rules of Conduct. First, Syndrome 2023 Seminar Participants IDs kindly use URL and institutional names. Please refrain from using device names or nicknames. We encourage you to use the following format for your ID. Name _ institution. For instance, Maria Yolanda Dwi Putri Dedeo _ Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Astafa Triwulandari _ Puskesmas Sidosermo. Second, the organizing committee reserves the right to verify the identity of participants. If your identity cannot be recognized or doesn't match the information provided during registration, the committee may remove the participants from the Zoom meeting. Third, participants who have access to the Zoom meeting are expected to dress neatly and behave politely during the seminar. Fourth, all participants are kindly requested to activate the camera from the opening to the closing ceremony. 5. Participants are required to keep their microphones muted during the seminar process. 6. Participants are allowed to ask questions by raising hand and introducing themselves using the name _institution _question format, or through Zoom chat rooms using the same name _institution _question format. 7. The attendance list link will be shared by the committee via Zoom chat. 8. Participants who are entitled to receive an e-certificate must fulfill the following requirements: fill in the registration link, complete the attendance list link, and evaluation link. And 9. E-certificate will be given approximately 30 days after the seminar through the Google Drive link, which will be shared in the participants group. Please note that participants who do not meet any of these conditions will not receive a certificate. Now that we have addressed the rules and guidelines for the Syndrome 2023 seminar, we are ready to move on to the next on our agenda. Dear all participants, we are going to begin the International Seminar and Discussion of Midwifery 2023. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning to all of you. We would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests and esteemed members of the Health Polytechnic Surabaya community. We are honored to have with us today Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi, the Director of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Mr. Ferry Kriswandana, Deputy Director 3 of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Dr. Emi Nurjasmi, Indonesian Midwife Association Chairman, Dr. Hazel Kidal, PhD, and Dr. Amira Abdad, Specialist of Obstetric and Gynecology, as a speaker for Syndrome 2023 today. Mrs. Dwi Wayu Wulan Sulistiawati, Head of the Midwifery Department of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. Mrs. Ervi Husni, Secretary of Department of Midwifery of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. Mrs. Dwi Purwanti, Head of the Midwifery Applied Bachelor Study Program of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. Mrs. Karisma Kusumaningtyas, Head of the Associate Degree of Midwifery Study Program of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. Mrs. Uswatun Hasanah, Head of the Midwife Professional Education Study Program of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. Mrs. Ahdatul Islamiyah, Lecturer and Student Coordinator of Midwifery Department of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. We would also like to extend our gratitude to all the staff and academic community of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, and of course, to all the participants joining us today. Before we proceed further, I'm Mutiara Friska Valentina Putri, as a Master of Ceremony, will guide you through the schedule and ensure the smooth flow of the event this morning. Let us begin this auspicious occasion with gratitude to the Almighty for granting us the opportunity to be present here today, virtually at the Syndrome International Seminar and Discussion of Midwifery 2023. Good morning, Mrs. Hassel. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning. Would you like me to start?
Not yet, Mrs.
Okay, thank you.
It's still opening ceremony. Dear all participants, please take note that the theme of this year's syndrome is comfortable labor with minimal trauma. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this event. Now, let us proceed with the program according to the schedule. First, opening. Second, singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, Hymn Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, and Mars Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Third, prayer recitation. Fourth, Syndrome Chief Executive Report 2023. 5. Greetings from Indonesian Midwife Association Chairman. 6. Greetings from the Director of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. 7. Greetings from the Head of the Midwifery Department. 8. Reading of the curriculum vitae of the first speaker. 9. Presentation for speaker with the topic Women's Experience of Traumatic Labor and Birth. 10. Discussion session. 11. The first speaker award certificate. 12. Ice breaking. 13. Reading of the curriculum vitae of the second speaker. 14. Presentation second speaker with the topic Management of Labor with Minimal Trauma. 15. Discussion session. 16. The second speaker award certificate. 17. The participant award certificate. 18. Reading by the most active participants in Syndrome 2023. 19. Closing. Dear all participants, to start the event this morning, let the Bismillah together, invoking the name of Allah for blessing and guidance, so that this event we are about to undertake can run smoothly. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. For the second agenda, we kindly request all attendees to place their right hand on their left chest as we sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Are kindly requested to lay their hands. Attendees are kindly requested to lay their hands back. Now, let us continue with singing the hymn of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya and March of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya.
Seberkasihnya menuju masyarakat Indonesia adil dan makmur, sehat sejahtera. Dengarlah panggilan Ibu Pertiwi untuk membangun bangsa dan negara. Janganlah takut dan janganlah bimbang, kobarkanlah semangat patriot. Kita wafat di Poltek ke Surabaya, kita mengabdi tanpa pamrih. Dalam nama Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, Poltek ke Surabaya tetap jaya.
The third agenda is the reading of prayers. Miss Virginia Wulan will guide the prayers.
Thanks to MC for the opportunity. For those who are Muslim, I will lead the prayer, and for those of other faiths, you can pray according to your own respective beliefs. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we start the event this morning, let us bow our heads, hearts, and souls to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala to ask for blessing, so that we will do and receive today will bring blessings and gifts to all of us. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi rasulillahi ajma'in. Allahumma ghafirli wali walidayya warhamhuma kama rabbayani shaghira. Allahumma ihdinas syiratal mustaqim, syiratal ladzina an'amta alaihim, khairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Ya Allah ya Rahman, by giving thanks to your presence for all the grace and gift that you have bestowed on us, so that we can participate in the Syndrome 2023 event, International Health Seminar and Discussion of Midwifery, with the theme, Creating Comfortable Labor with Minimal Trauma in Good Health. Hopefully, this event will give beneficial for midwives and all women in the world. Ya Allah ya Rahim, I hope that through this event, those of us who attend can become individuals who behave Islamic and religious. And hopefully, in the future, we can practice the wisdom we have learned from today's activities. Ya Allah ya Wahid, you are the absolute and the most uniting. We beg you to strengthen the unity between us, to not let there be division between us. We want to be strong in that unity so that it will be more beneficial for the religion, state, and nation. Ya Allah ya Ghafur, you are the most forgiving of all sins. Forgive our sins, the sins of our parents, the sins of our leaders, the sins of your warriors, and the sins of our predecessors. Place us and all of them under the protection of your grace and forgiveness. Guide every step of our life. Only you are the one we depend on, and only you are the one we ask for. Grant the prayers and requests of your servants. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa ilam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khosirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbikal rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Miss Virginia. The fourth agenda is the report of the Chief of the Syndrome 2023 Committee. We welcome Ms. Firda Deswinta to present the report.
Thanks for opportunity to MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all of you. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests and esteemed members of the Health Polytechnic Surabaya community. I would honor to have with us today Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi, the Director of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Mr. Ferry Kriswandana, Deputy Director 3 of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Dr. Emi Nurjasmi, Head of the Indonesian Midwives Chairman, Dr. Hazel Kit, PhD, and Dr. Amira Abdat, Specialist of Obstetrics and Gynecology, as speakers for Syndrome 2023 today. Mrs. Dwi Wahyulan Sulistiawati, Head of the Midwifery Department of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Mrs. Arfi Husni, Secretary of the Midwifery Department of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Mrs. Dwi Purwanti, Head of the Midwifery Applied Bachelor Study Program of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Mrs. Karisma Kusumaningtyas, Head of the Associate Degree of Midwifery Study Program of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Mrs. Uswatun Hasana, Head of the Midwife Professional Education Study Program of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Mrs. Ahdatul Islamia, Lecturer and Student Coordinator of Midwifery Department of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, and also I would like to extend to our gratitude to all of the staff and academic community of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, and of course to all the participants whom I love. Dear all participants, first of all, let's thank to our God who has given us some mercies and blessing, so we can attend and gather in good condition and happy situation in this room of Syndrome 2023 International Seminar and Discussion of Midwifery with the theme Creating Comfortable Labor with Minimal Trauma. Secondly, may salawat and salam be with our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the brightness, from the stupidity era to the cleverness era. Dear all participants, in this opportunity, I am Firda Deswinta as Chief Executive Syndrome 2023, say welcome and thank you for all participants who has present and participate in this event. And I say thank you for Chitra and Pixie, who has sponsored our event, and also for partner of Association of Bachelor Midwifery Students of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, who has helped in this event. The purpose of this activity is increasing knowledge about how to optimize the role of midwives or midwifery students in preventing and treating mothers who have experienced birth trauma. Dear all participants, Syndrome 2023 was held on Saturday, 9th 2023, which was held online with a Zoom meeting and live streaming YouTube, and was attended by 500 participants, consisting of internal midwifery participants from Midwifery Department of Health Polytechnic Surabaya and external participants from Sabang to Merauke. The speakers at this morning Syndrome program today are, for the first, Dr. Hazel Kittel, PhD from Sydney, and the second speaker is Dr. Amira Abdat, Specialist of Gyn. The benefits obtained in this event are electronic certificate EB, knowledge, door prize, material soft file, and also relation. Dear all participants, I hope this syndrome seminar can be useful for all of us. Finally, I apologize if there are things that are not pleasing to this syndrome event. Last, I say thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Firda. Moving on to the next agenda, we have speech presented by the Director of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. We welcome Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi to deliver the speech.
Thank you, Rizka. My voice is clear?
Very clear, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. the Honorable Dr. Emi Nurjasmi MKes, Head of the Indonesian Midwives Association, Mrs. Hazel Kittel, PhD, Women's Experience of Traumatic Labor and Birth, Dr. Amira Abdat, Specialist Option, Management of Labor with Minimal Trauma, Mr. Ferry Kriswandana, Deputy of Director 3, Distinguished guests, our dear study, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all of these conference participants by first praying our grateful and praise to the Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, and mercies that have made us possible to gather here in this Zoom in excellent condition and health. Firstly, I would like to thank the expert, Dr. Emi, Hazel, and Dr. Amira for taking their precious time out and making to this event. Secondly, I would want to thank all of the audience for being present here today. The topics of concern in seminar and discussion is creating comfortable labor with minimal trauma, organized by Association of Bachelor Midwifery Student of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. I'm sure our experts must have done their bit of studying around the topic, and so our audience. Currently, the development of the health sector, especially midwifery, is very rapid, including related to trauma during childbirth. Trauma during childbirth can have a negative impact on women and their families, which can have long-term impact, namely the unwillingness to have more children, depression, and impaired cognitive, physical, emotional, behavior, and language function in babies born with trauma. Mother knowledge in preparing physically and mentally so that the mother can choose the right and safe delivery process. Pregnant women in planning their birth process need correct information so that the mother has an idea about pregnancy and the birth process. Ladies and gentlemen, the last, in accordance with the vision and mission of Polkes Baya, that is to become toward global quality, this international seminar and discussion of midwifery is one among many efforts to make this vision and mission come true. I have already spoken for too long, so without any further ado, I will give the floor back of the Master of Ceremony. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Lutfi. We are going to the next agenda is a speech from head of the midwifery department. We welcome Mrs. Dwiwayu Wulan Sulistyawati to deliver the speech.
Thank you, MC. Clear my sound? Very clear, Miss. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, let us praise the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the blessing bestowed on all of us so that we are given the pleasure of physical and spiritual health to present and face to face in the same place in the framework of Syndrome International. seminar and discuss of midwifery, we are honored to have with us today Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi, the Director of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Mr. Ferry Kriswandana, Deputy Director 3 of Health Polytechnic Surabaya, Dr. Emi Nurjasmi, Indonesian Midwife Association Chairman, Dr. Hazel Kitli, PhD, and Dr. Amira Abdat, Specialist of Obstetrics and Gynecology, as a speakers from Syndrome 2023 today. Mrs. Elvi Husni, Secretary of the Department of Midwifery of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. Mrs. Karisma Kusumaning Tias, Head of the Associate Degree of Midwifery Study Program of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. Mrs. Uswatun Hasana, Head of the Midwife Professional Education Study Program of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. Mrs. Ahdatul Islamia, Lecturer and Study Coordinator of Midwifery Department of Health Polytechnic Surabaya. And I also like to extend all the participants joining us today. I would also like to thank the committee for serving and all parties who played a role in the success of the Syndrome International Seminar Discussion of Midwifery 2023. Syndrome is an annual activity carried out by Midwifery Student Association with explore maternal and child health problems. We hope that the Syndrome 2023 can run smoothly and can provide benefit for all participants, but domestically and abroad. Maybe that's a little welcome that I can say. Sorry for a shortcoming cause. Furthermore, I invite Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi as the Director Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya to open the event this morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Dwi. Now we enter the seventh agenda, which is the speech by the Health of Indonesian Midwife Association. We welcome Mrs. Emi Nurjasmi to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic Surabaya and all principals as well as Midwifery Department and all friends, lecturers in Health Polytechnic Surabaya. Also speakers, Hazel Kidel, Dr. Amira Abdat is specialist obstetrics and gynecology, and all seminar participants this morning. I congratulate you on holding this seminar with the theme, Creating Comfortable Labor with Minimal Trauma. Many women experience stress or anxiety when facing childbirth. The feeling that pregnant women experience when entering the last trimester of experiencing fear of giving birth. This feeling arises because of imagining the pain of giving birth, hearing stories of people facing childbirth, feeling of fear of death and pregnancy trauma. Trauma during childbirth can have a devastating impact on women and their families. They feel angry, insecure, depressed, disrupt mother-child bonding and breastfeeding, even to point of killing newborns, and have long-term effect of not wanting to have more children. Knowledge about the pregnancy and childbirth that will be undertaken allows the woman to prepare herself physically and mentally so that she can choose the right and safe delivery process. Pregnant women in planning their birth need correct information so that she has an idea about her pregnancy and the delivery process. From this information and illustration, it is hoped that women will be better prepared to face each birth process. The role of health professionals such as midwife is very important to provide information and motivation to pregnant women so that she understands the birth process that will be faced so that the birth goes smoothly without any fear due to difficult labor. Initially scary can turn into something that is highly anticipated and welcoming her baby. I appreciate the theme of this seminar is in line with the important role of midwife in preparing pregnant women by providing complete information and education to avoid trauma. I really appreciate to director and a team to the initiate of this seminar to increase understanding among midwives and midwifery students about the importance of health promotion, health education, and counseling in preparing a woman for pregnancy, childbirth, and preparation for parenthood. Also, according to WHO recommendations, now is the time to create positive experiences for women in undergoing pregnancy and childbirth. Once again, thank you and congratulations to Bapak Lutfi and team, and also my colleagues there, and also to all participants. Thank you also to the speakers who will share information with us. Congratulations and good luck. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Amy Nur Jasmine. Furthermore, we kindly request all participants fill in the attendance link that has been shared by the committee in the Zoom chat column. Your active participation is highly appreciated. Please note that at the end of the event, there will be door prizes for the most active participants who meet the following criteria. First, activeness during the event and enabling the camera from opening to closing agenda. Second, asking relevant and suitable questions related to the materials presented. Lastly, we would like to express our gratitude to Chitra and Pixie for their generous support in making this morning's event possible. Chitra is Indonesia local brand with a vision to become a complete skincare brand that provides overall natural beauty. Pixie is a women's cosmetic brand that supports modern, feminine, chic, and simple looks, empowering individuals to express their unique beauty. Now, let us move forward to core agenda of the event. I believe the attendees are eagerly anticipating the next segment. The next agenda will be guided by our first moderator, Mrs. Ahdatul Islamia. Her full name is Ahdatul Islamia. She was born in Bima on 6th of June 1990. She currently works as a student affairs coordinator and lecturer in the Department of Midwifery Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health, Surabaya. It is with great pleasure that we extend a warm welcome to Mrs. Ahdatul Islamia.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mutiara, for the chance and opportunity to me. Hello, everyone. I am as a moderator of the first session of sharing and discussion today. Is my voice clear? Yes, clear. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you to all of the participants who was joined in this seminar today, both in the Zoom meeting and on the live YouTube streaming. Okay, thank you to Mr. Lutfi Rusyadi, the Director of Hal Polytechnic Surabaya, to stay with us in this morning, to joining this seminar, International Syndrome 2023, and to all of the participants, the deputy, and the academic committee of Midwifery Department of Health Polytechnic of Surabaya. Today, we have two great speakers. One of them is coming all the way from Australia. So please welcome to Dr. Hazel Kidley, PhD. Good morning, Dr. Hazel.
Good morning.
Hello, nice to meet you, Dr. Hazel.
It's wonderful to be here.
Yes, how was your day, Mr. Hazel?
It's very good. I'm actually at another conference in Adelaide on perinatal mental health. It's wonderful to be here as well.
Yes, we are so excited to see you today, Dr. Hazel. Although we only can see in Zoom meeting, but I hope next time or one day we can meet in maybe in Australia or maybe in Surabaya. We're waiting for you to come to Surabaya. But Miss Hazel or Dr. Hazel, maybe I can call you?
Yep.
Okay. Honestly, I a little confused. What can I say to you? Is that good morning or good afternoon? Which is in Indonesia and Australia have a different local time, which is Australia is 3 hours faster than Indonesia, right?
That is correct.
This is good. So I will say good afternoon to you.
I can say selamat pagi to you.
Oh, selamat pagi. Yes, you can say in Indonesia. Very good. Okay, Dr. Hazel, we express our gratitude for your participation today in international seminar from our student. Your presence is greatly appreciated as we embark on this grateful journey together. We hope we can learn together and receive a lot of new knowledge and experience from you today. So makes the international seminar is have a lot of benefit to all of the participants because this seminar is allowing from the participant internal from Polytechnic of Surabaya and external from all of Indonesia, like midwifery student and then midwife and also a doctor, practitioner, and etc. So we have and we hope to all of the participants can take used to following this seminar session so they can receive a lot of benefit, especially to increase their knowledge and their experience to make a good practice, to make a good service to all of the client in their activity today. Okay, everyone, before we delving into the discussion, we kindly request permission to present a brief overview of the curriculum vitae belonging to our first speaker of Dr. Hazel. So please, the committee, can you share screen about the curriculum vitae of Dr. Hazel? Okay, our first speaker is Dr. Hazel Kidley, PhD. She is School of Nursing and Midwifery of Western Sydney University, and there are her social media, so you can follow Miss Hazel by Instagram on her TikTok. Okay, next. And then there are the academic qualification of Dr. Hazel. The first is she is graduate of Diploma 3 of Midwifery from Charles Sturt University, and then graduate certificate in Midwifery from Flinders University, and then Master of Honors of Nursing from Western Sydney University, and the last is Doctor of Philosophy of Western Sydney University. Next. Yeah, and then there are the appointments of Dr. Hazel. The fourth is Senior Case Load Midwife and Assistant Director Nursing in Orange Aboriginal Medical Service, and then Group Practice Midwife and Orange Health Service, privately practicing eligible midwife as self-employed, and Research Assistant at Western Sydney University, Casual Academic and Charles Stars University, Senior Lecturer of Nursing and Midwifery at Western Sydney University. Next. And there are a lot of awards, prize, and fellowship that Dr. Hazel has. The first is winner of Excellence in Learning and Teaching School of Nursing in Midwifery. And then Vincent Young Research Award by Pure Medical, Senior Fellowship with Advanced HE, SONM Early Career Research Award, WSU Researchers Development Funding ACADAP Support, runner-up 2023 WSU Research Impact Competition. Wow, there's a lot of awards that Ms. Hazel has. Maybe it can be give a motivate to all of students and to all of the participants, so they can be like Dr. Hazel in the next future. Okay, next. Yeah, this is the publication summary of Dr. Hazel. 21 peer-reviewed publication. Wow, there's a lot, Dr. Hazel. And high index 7 Scopus. 4 papers currently under review in Q1 journal. 3 conversation article and a workbook, 1 for consumers. Bit after cesarean, your journey to a better birth. Precolorous press and workbook chapter in birthing outside the system birthlets. And then the conference summary of Dr. Hazel has attendance is the carrier total about 56 conference presentation, 15 international, 17 national, 24 local or state conference presentation, and then carrier total is 20 invited speaker and 12 keynote address, 26 podcast interviews on international and national podcasts. Wow, I think the podcast is very interesting, Dr. Hazel. Maybe the next time we can do a podcast with Dr. Hazel. Are you agree, Dr. Hazel?
I love doing podcasts. So
Yes, yes, so do I. Okay, Dr. Hazel, now we are moving to the next session. Okay, everyone, and Dr. Hazel, now we're moving to the main agenda. That is the sharing and discussion session with our first speakers, Dr. Hazel Kidley, PhD, with the topic is Woman Experience of Traumatic Labor and Births. Dr. Hazel, we have allocated 60 minutes for your presentation. Is that enough for you, Dr. Hazel?
That should be. I don't have the charger for my laptop, so if I said I've got a backup one next to me. So
okay,
just in case that something happens, I will be back.
Okay, yes. Okay, Dr. Hazel, the time is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to start sharing my screen so that I can go through my presentation. And the title might be slightly different, but it's the same topic. So to everybody online, over 522 of you now, and then also live streaming, thank you, Terima kasih, for having me here today, and selamat pagi to everybody here listening. I'm a very fan of Indonesia, and in my early nursing days, when I was a nurse 20 plus years ago, I spent a wonderful 6 months working on a remote island in Southeast Sulawesi. And it was a wonderful time of my life. And I'll never forget the beautiful dancing that I used to do every night with the local Indonesian women. So terima kasih for having me here today. So I'm going to talk to you about looking at birth trauma and obstetric violence from the woman's point of view. But first of all, I'd like to tell you about the study where we got this data. Here we go. So this is from the Birth Experience Study, and it's a study that I lead, and I do that in conjunction with Professor Hannah Darling, a distinguished and established professor with international reputation. We started when consumer groups approached us in relation to a documentary that was released called Birth Time. Now, that documentary was made by a midwife and a doula and a TV celebrity in Australia who travelled around to learn about women's experiences of maternity care in Australia. And when they were releasing the film, they approached us if we could do a small survey to go alongside their film. As you'll find out, we far surpassed their small survey and we went to a very big survey. Now, when they contacted us about designing that survey, we started working with consumer organisations across Australia to design a survey that would really understand women's experiences of maternity care here. And some of those organisations, all of our collaborators, you can see on that screen, and that includes Human Rights in Childbirth and Maternity Choices Australia. We're very fortunate in Australia that we have so many consumer organisations. And I would highly recommend that future researchers there and where you are right now in Indonesia, you look to your consumer organisations, your maternity organisations to support. So we also had Lamar's International, Rodanthe, who are an Aboriginal First Nations organisation, and other different organisations as well. And this flowchart represents the processes that we went through to design and co-design the entire study. They also, our consumer groups, helped design questions that went into the survey, and they also wanted us to be able to hear from migrant Australia. So they raised funds so that we could deliver the survey in 7 different languages. And that did include some along the Southeast Asian area, well, actually not Indonesian, but I've got some exciting news about the Indonesian version of the survey that I shall tell you towards the end. So I'm going to keep you in suspense. I'll move my things around so I can see my screen a little bit better. Sorry. So we did the survey in 2021, and it was live online for 9 months, just like a gestation. We ended up with a lot of women coming on board and doing our survey. We had over 12,000 hits onto the survey, and that resulted in 8,804 responses that completed 75% of the survey or more. We asked a variety of open text and closed questions. And just hide that, there we go. And that included a lot of open text questions where we would ask a question and women could write their responses. And we ended up with over 54,000 comments responding to all those different open text questions. So we call this a mixed methods study because we had both questions and Likert scales and validated tools and open text questions. And that's a really important part of research, is to make sure that not only do we have the data in statistics, but we listen to the voices and we include those qualitative voices as well. And that's a real strength of our study. We covered everything: labour and birth, interactions with clinicians, decision-making, respect, postnatal care, and breastfeeding. So we covered a very large survey and a very large area of information. So far, we've already had 3 publications. So we closed the survey in 2021. In 2022, we've been busy writing papers, and in 2023, busy writing papers. And we've got 2 papers at the moment. One of the things that we did a little bit differently, because I like to do things a little bit differently as an individual, is that we actually brought in a poet on board into the research team. And our first paper was actually a poetic inquiry. So what happened, you can see my name and Pixie Willow, who is a poet. And we looked at the women's comments, those written comments, and I gave them to Pixie, and she created beautiful poetry out of those stories. Now, in that paper, and if you want a copy of that paper, because it's not open access, just feel free to contact me on email or Instagram, and I'll send you a copy. And there was 7 poems in there, all about birth trauma, which is obviously relevant to this presentation. She has now written over 40 poems, and they're being collated into a book, and we're hoping to publish that book later this year. The second paper we looked at is we asked women what their experiences were with obstetric violence, and I'll talk more about and define that shortly. And in that paper, we looked at 626 comments that were left by women, and we categorized them. So I will go into that in more detail. And then we've had another paper released just on Tuesday. So this one is hot off the press. It's open access, as is the obstetric violence paper, so anyone can read it. And it's in the British Medical Journal Open. It's the first time I've published with them, and I'm very excited about that. And this was in response to one of the questions in the survey that said, if you were to have another pregnancy, what would you do differently? And I really love this paper because it's full of hope, and it's full of, you know, if a woman could dream up her ideal pregnancy and maternity care, what would it look like? And that's the details that we got. And it's a fascinating paper full of all the things that she says is the most important. And I will pull out some of that data with this presentation. And we have two other papers under review. It's a methodology paper, so basically saying what we did in the co-design process and also how we utilize media to get the responses to our cross-sectional survey. And the other paper is we asked women their experience, for further comments about their experiences with their healthcare provider. And then we had a Fulbright scholar, which is a very renowned scholarship from America, and she came over on the Fulbright scholarship to work with me at Western Sydney University, and she wrote that paper. She analysed that data, and that paper looks at the strengths and limitations from women's experiences, what they said about the strengths and limitations across the different models of care that they saw, which is also a very fascinating paper. So today I'm going to look at birth trauma and obstetric violence. And some of the data, not all of it, but some of the data that we looked at in relation to causing higher or lower birth trauma rates. Now, I understand this data is from Australia, but I'm sure there's going to be some information that you want to reflect on and think about in your own context, in your own setting in Indonesia. So there are lots of definitions about birth trauma, and one of them being most important from Cheryl Beck from the US, who said that birth trauma is in the eye of the beholder. And what that means is that it's only a woman can say whether she experienced a traumatic birth or not. It's us as clinicians, and I am I'm Bidan Hazel, and it's not for us to say to a woman, you've had a traumatic experience, because we might look at her experience okay, but for her, she has experienced it as traumatic. But I also think we need to embrace what's involved in birth trauma. And there's quite a few things that sit underneath an umbrella of birth trauma. And I've decided and come up with this umbrella idea of birth trauma. Now, we do have in there lots of different things, and I reckon more things could fit in there. And I think as we do more research on our international teams, we will see more things fit underneath this umbrella. But there can be the physical trauma. So often perineal trauma has been classified as birth trauma. And it's not just that though, but I believe it comes under our umbrella. There could also be the lack of support. And I'm not sure, please do tell me in your comments if this is during COVID, but certainly in Australia, we had to limit in the hospitals who could go into the hospital with the woman to support her. And that lack of support can come under that birth trauma umbrella. So can a woman feeling that she was going to lose her own life or lose her baby's life during the birthing experience, and a loss of control, that feeling that, you know, you're in that situation and you've got no control over what is happening, is very fearful and traumatizing. I do, though, like to challenge the term birth trauma, because certainly from the research that I have done for many years, it is related to labour and birth. It actually extends out across that perinatal period throughout pregnancy, labor and birth, and the postnatal period. Women can experience a traumatic incident or maybe even a series of traumatic incidences. And if we only say it's what happened during labor and birth, we are discounting what could have happened at earlier times and later times. So bear that in mind as well. I do have quotes because, like I said, it is about the statistics, but it's also about the women's experiences. And here's one. I felt ridiculed at times. I felt disempowered. I walked away like a woman and left to mother my new baby and my other 2 young children. And certainly as bidans and other healthcare providers across Indonesia and here in Australia, that is not what we want women to feel. We know that being a mother, and now this woman in this quote, being a mother of 3 children, is a very difficult and challenging job, and one of the most important and cherished roles in our society. And you need to be at your peak physical and psychological health to do that. And for women who experience birth trauma, they are not in the best place for being able to be the best mother that they can be. Statistics-wise, we did find in our survey, and remember that was 8,804 women, that 28% of them experienced birth trauma. And that was a very simple question, which was, did you feel that your birth was a traumatic experience, or did you feel that you experienced birth trauma? And so maybe even now that I'm saying I think it's the perinatal period, when we do the survey again, we might need to look at our wording so that we can expand that across the perinatal period as well. The other term that is quite a challenging term for, I guess, our maternity colleagues and clinicians is the term obstetric violence. And you might be wondering, well, what is that and why is it different to birth trauma? Like you saw in the previous slide, obstetric violence fits underneath that umbrella of birth trauma. But it's a particularly damaging type of birth trauma because this is when women experience mistreatment by any healthcare provider during that perinatal period, a time when feeling that she trusts the healthcare providers who are caring for her and instead experience a form of violence. Now, obstetric violence is an internationally recognized term. It is recognized by the United Nations as a gendered form of violence, meaning that it disproportionately impacts women because women are childbearing. And there has been a lot of research done in other countries about obstetric violence. But to date, from when we published our paper, there had been nothing published about obstetric violence actually being in Australia. And that's why our paper was quite hard hitting and actually got a lot of media attention at the time. When we looked at it, we asked women, have you experienced obstetric violence? And we put a definition that I explained to you. And we found that more than 1 in 10 women in our population, survey population, had experienced birth trauma. And then we asked them if they could share their story. Please tell us about that experience. And 626 women shared their stories. I may add, that means there was about 400 women that felt they couldn't share their story for whatever reason. And I am being their voice as well, because they had a silent voice and they didn't feel that they could tell us researchers about that, about their experience. We did a content analysis on all of those experiences, all of those comments, which means we categorized them. And what we found was that there was 3 big categories. That was dehumanized, I felt powerless, and I felt violated. And within the violated category, that included things like episiotomies done without consent, physical assault, such as the grabbing of breasts during breastfeeding demonstrations, a rough frontal rub once the placenta has been born, and and I'm going to use some language which is really quite strong, but I don't apologize for it because these are the woman's words, sexual assault in the form of unconsented or rough vaginal examinations. There's one quote there, the pulling my placenta out aggressively without giving me the option to birth it and telling me to be quiet. Obstetric violence is a serious concern, and yet many of our maternity clinicians who are doctors, and to those of you who are doctors who are listening today, this is not an attack on you, but we can come together and work together, both midwives and doctors, to say that enough, we do not want this to happen any further. But we use the term obstetric because that is the recognized term. Interestingly, there are countries that have put legislation in to protect women from obstetric violence. And 7 of the 11 countries within South America has legislation. We don't here in Australia. In fact, across Australia, we're broken up into different states and territories. Only 3 states actually have a human rights law. And where I work in New South Wales, we don't have one, which means women can't even take it to human rights law to make a complaint. But we are seeing change, and we currently have a government inquiry in New South Wales. Now, we have a federal government that controls our country, but then we have state and territorial governments that control the different sections. And our New South Wales government is currently doing an inquiry into birth trauma. And when it was open to public submissions, they received over 4,000 submissions from individuals and organisations. And they're now doing public hearings. And I gave evidence at the first public hearing that was on Monday of this week. And then they had another public hearing on Thursday, and 2 more public hearings happening month and the month after. And then they will put out recommendations to the New South Wales government to say what they think they need to be in place to prevent preventable birth trauma into the future. Very exciting time here in Australia. All right, let's have a look at some of the things that we looked at in our study that increased or decreased birth trauma rates. Now, let me just quickly remind you, okay, quick back. You need to remember that number, 28%. So this was if we looked at the whole population of the women who did our survey, 28% of them experienced it. So all the numbers we're going to look up now was it above 28%, therefore higher rates of birth trauma, or was it below 28% and therefore lower rates of birth trauma? And things that they're the ones that we want to look at, right? Because that's what we want to do. We want to lower our birth trauma rates. So induction of labour. Now, I don't know about clinical practice in Indonesia, and I hope that there are some questions and comments that come through. But here in Australia, induction of labour is on the rise. It is increasing so much that in 2021, 44%, I think actually might have been 42%, I apologise, of first-time women were induced. And it seems a little bit excessive, right? Because why are we to say that, you know, nearly half of women need to have their labour induced to be able to have a safe pregnancy and a safe birth? So then we looked at whether women did experience induction of labour or if they had spontaneous labour. And what we can see here is that women who were induced had higher rates, a 10-point increase for birth trauma. Yet, if we looked at spontaneous labour, that's decreased to 23. It's not vanished, but it is decreased. So induction of labour from our cohort had a higher rate of birth trauma. There's a quote here. My labour was induced. It was too hard to handle. They did not ask or listen to the birth plan, and I didn't get the physiological placental birth. They also placed in the syntocinon, while I was asleep from the epidural without my permission. If we were to put a legal framework on that, that would be seen as assault. And because she did not consent in the moment, she may have consented earlier, but at the point that they were putting it in, she did not consent at the moment, at that time, to that intervention. Okay, let's have a look at the next one. Mode of birth. Well, this is a big one. Here in Australia, we have rising cesarean rates, and it can be due to a myriad of reasons, but really the high intervention rates are causing those higher intervention rates, cesarean rates. And as you know, we have this cascade of intervention. Once you start one intervention, you are just more likely to keep getting more and 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 more interventions until you have the ultimate intervention, which is a operative surgical birth, a cesarean, to have. Now, we know across the world we cannot have 0 cesareans. We would have much higher neonatal and maternal morbidity if we did that. Remember, the World Health Organization suggests that 10 to 15% is about the ideal percentage you would need to make a difference to neonatal and maternal morbidity. Anything above that might actually be causing more harm. Anything below that is not saving enough babies either. And in the Lancet series on maternal health, they coined that phrase as too little, too soon, too little, too late, too much, too soon. And we can spread that across our different international countries in low and middle income and low and middle income resource countries. There's often the too little, too late. But then in the high income countries and high resource countries, we've gone to too much and too soon. And that means we do too much intervention too early, and we start that cascade intervention. We can see that on that previous slide of induction of labour. But then what does it do to these mode of birth and birth trauma? Well, you can see here that cesarean before labour is the same percentage as the entire cohort, which is 28%. So it doesn't increase or decrease it. Cesarean during labour, and that's got different terms. It might be emergency cesarean, but I'm going to use the term cesarean during labour, was up to 57%. And instrumental birth, so a forceps or a vacuum, 55%. But spontaneous vaginal birth is down to 15%. That's a very low birth trauma rate when we compare that to 28%. So mode of birth really makes a difference, and vaginal birth matters. And we need, as both bidans and as clinicians, and all of us clinicians, we need to understand that vaginal birth is important. Remember I told you about that paper earlier, What Women Want, and that was that very big paper of 6,500 comments on what would women do differently. I can tell you what women want to do differently. They talked about the different modes of birth. They talked about the models of care, which we will get onto. But when it came to mode of birth, overwhelmingly, the most wanted type of birth was vaginal birth. And very few women actually said they would want a cesarean next time. That includes women who've had a previous cesarean. And if that is suddenly getting your alarm bells going, may I just say my entire PhD is on women's experiences of having a vaginal birth after cesarean. And it's a very passionate topic of mine, so much that I wrote a book for women and clinicians on birth after cesarean. So have a look on my Instagram page and you'll see some information on that. I love Instagram, so please flood my Instagram page today and get me some more followers. So really what we can summarize from this page is that vaginal birth matters. And what I can tell you from our What Women Want paper in BMJ Open is it's what women want. They want to have a vaginal birth. The quote, "My needs were not considered. I felt like a piece of meat with no rights to my body. I was forced into a cesarean when there was no emergency. Now, I love talking, so please, the moderators, let me know how long I've got at varying times. Another thing we looked at was the impact of previous mental health diagnoses on trauma, on birth trauma. And I'm here at a conference in Adelaide on perinatal mental health, and I presented on this yesterday, so this was particularly of interest to the cohort here. But I think it's also of interest across our board as well, across all the clinical practice we do, because what we found was women who had a mental health diagnosis, regardless of what type of mental health diagnosis that was, they also experienced higher rates of birth trauma. And that makes us think that we need to be collecting along the way all the things that protect and lower that, and especially work with women who are at higher risk of having birth trauma, and that includes women with previous mental health issues. We had a systematic literature review done by one of our PhD students at Western Sydney Uni, and she found that a traumatic birthing experience led to higher rates of developing post-traumatic stress disorder. And an international review of the evidence on PTSD after 6 months post-birth said there were higher rates of PTSD when women experienced an instrumental birth or cesarean, and was least common when they had a spontaneous vaginal birth, which matches the data that we have. So the data is certainly very strong on this. We know that experiencing birth trauma can lead to further mental health issues, and having mental health issues can give you a higher chance of having birth trauma. Here's a quote: "I started showing signs about 3 months after the birth, and I still suffer from PTSD 2.5 years later. It has strained my marriage and made being a mother 100 times harder. It's made me have to fight the constant feeling of being a failure to my baby." Now, in Australia, we do have First Nations, a First Nations population, and we're very proud in Australia to have the longest living First Nations Indigenous community in the world, going back at least 60,000 years, or is it more? I don't identify as First Nation, so I don't attempt to speak for them, but it is a really important area in a group of women in Australia. After all, they were colonised by the British and other areas in Europe, and it had an instant negative impact on their lives, continue to hundreds of years later. First Nations women experiences really matter, and we have to elevate and identify the experiences that they. We know that about 5% of birthing women, now this is New South Wales, but across Australia, are First Nations women, and they have higher rates of premature births, higher rates of perinatal deaths, and they have a lack of birthing on country options, which means birthing on country, which is birthing in the way that is important to their cultural beliefs and their cultural identity. So we looked at their experiences. We did have a representation of First Nations women, certainly not as high as we were hoping to get, but we certainly did have that. And we found that 37% of women who identified as First Nations reported birth trauma. They had much higher rates. And again, in First Nations women, 1 in 6 women, instead of 1 in 10, experienced and reported obstetric violence. Now, how does this relate to Indonesia? Well, you will have Indigenous groups within your own country, or maybe more disadvantaged groups of women within your country. You have such a wide area and archipelago of islands that you cover. You know, you may find that there are more disadvantaged groups, and therefore they're more likely then to experience birth trauma. This quote here really identifies that this woman did not receive culturally appropriate care. She wanted to have I wanted to have my Indigenous the room whilst giving birth. I had my baby late evening on a weekday, and unfortunately she wasn't there. I have a cultural background where each child takes their placenta with them home after birth as it's planted with a tree and it becomes their tree of life. I was told it must go away for testing as they thought my baby was, even though she was born with no complications and was 6 pounds 1 ounce. Placenta has still not been located. I can just imagine then the fracture that has in her cultural identity and in the cultural identity of that baby to not be able to have that identified tree of life. And I'm very honored that I have supported women who are First Nations, and I've been involved in those smoking ceremonies, planting and burial ceremonies, and they are vital to a healthy cultural identity. We also looked at women from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. So obviously in Australia, we have 37% of women who were born overseas. And those top 4 regions are Southern Asia, Southeast Asia, Chinese Asia, and the Middle East. And they're the groupings that I got from the government website. So we looked at their experience and prevalence of birth trauma for women from those diverse backgrounds. And like I said earlier, we did actually translate the survey into Arabic, Chinese, Filipino, Hindi, Persian, Thai, and Vietnamese. And the reason those languages were chosen was because I looked at the top countries where our migrant women were coming from in the year that I had the data of, so back in 2021. And those were those top countries. So we translated it into those language. And what we could see is that 30% of colored women did report birth trauma, so it's slightly higher, but higher again when it comes to obstetric violence, 1 in 8 rather than 1 in 10. It is a bit of a challenge when it comes to representing and getting information from women from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds that they might not know about the survey, although we did put out the survey in different languages, and even the advertising was in different languages, and even the Facebook advertising was targeted to those cultural groups and those language groups. So we certainly tried very hard. We engaged with refugee organisations and migrant groups across Australia so that they could also share it. But we did have an underrepresentation compared to the nearly 40% that we have in Australia. However, even when we did have women that were from these backgrounds or from those language groups, there was, like, we've been looking at their qualitative comments, and it would come down to the woman being aware that the care that she is getting is different from a woman from maybe a white Australian English-speaking woman. And there was an interesting article that came out because of the recent inquiry where a woman from a refugee background was in the same postnatal room as a white woman from Australia. And that's when she noticed she was getting a neglectful care and being part of that systemic racism, because she could see that she was not being cared for at the same rate or level that the white Australian woman was being cared for. And that is a problem, and we need to address that here in Australia. Here was a Persian-speaking participant who said, "I had severe physical and mental damage." In Australia, we have about 11% of women who are aged 24 years and younger, and that obviously is going to be different in different countries. But we had a look at their experiences. We also know that young women have higher rates of perinatal deaths in Australia compared to women aged 25 years and older. And we can see again that they had higher rates of birth trauma and higher rates of obstetric violence, which means we really must be aware that these demographics of women, Indigenous women, women from migrant backgrounds, and young parents are more likely to experience birth trauma. In this quote, "Whilst I was in labour, they refused pain relief and told me I wasn't in labour, wheeled me naked past the front where visitors are to birth suite. Couldn't sleep for 2 days as my son and the midwives kept waking me. I was crying with the lack of support. I received no briefing. It was horrific. I have a video of the birth and often find myself looking at it and crying." And this quote is really important because, this was a a person aged 18 to 20, yet that's when she did the survey, and the baby could have been born in the previous, any time during the previous 5 years. And certainly as a mother of teenagers, you know, when I look at this and that neglect, being told I wasn't in labor, not believing this young woman is what happened there, you know, dismissing her own experiences because maybe the midwife thought she was too young to really know. Reeling her naked past, I mean, that's not right for any woman at all, because that is a complete violation. But for a young person who is really maybe more conscious about their body, that is not okay. Not having that support, not having the chance to talk to anybody, you know, it's really quite a horrific story. I just want to touch on mistreatment, because the birth trauma and the obstetric violence questions were very subjective. You know, we asked a woman, did you receive that? And they had to kind of really understand the question to be able to answer it. But we do have 4 validated tools in our survey that are quantitative. And one of them is called the Mistreatment Index. This has been created by researchers in Canada, and it's 7 items, and you can see those 7 items on the screen. And if a woman says yes to any of them, then she has a positive mistreatment score. And then you can actually break it down to the individual statements as well. And when we looked at women experiencing at least one of these types of mistreatment, 35% of women in our survey did that, which, as you will remember, is higher than the birth trauma rate and higher than the obstetric violence rate. So we might actually need to be looking at whether we need to be using this scale, the mistreatment scale, to identify whether a woman has experienced mistreatment and disrespectful care, which can also be identified as obstetric violence. And this was this has been validated in English. We've now validated it because we're using the survey in Dutch, and we're looking at validating it in other countries as well, who are part of our international collaboration. 2% of women received that physical abuse, which is horrific, and then 18% feeling ignored by the clinicians, but 35% saying yes to any of those. One quote saying, the feeling of being forced to remain on my back whilst labouring, being physically pushed down onto the bed. All right, let's now have a look at maternity models of care. Now, I don't know all the different models of care that you have in Indonesia, but I can tell you we have a list so long of all the different ways that women can receive their maternity care. It's a very long list. So what we did is we grouped them into 5 different models of care and looked at the outcomes of the mistreatment, obstetric violence and birth trauma within those different models of care. But let me tell you what they mean. Standard fragmented care is what around 50% of all the models of care across Australia. And that is when a woman goes to her antenatal appointment and might see a different midwife or doctor every single time, and then goes into labour, and also would see different midwives and doctors, whoever's on shift. And then postnatally, again, would be on a postnatal ward and would see whoever is on shift. There is no continuity, and we call that standard care. GP shared care is a model we have in Australia, where you might see your general practitioner who is in the community for your appointment. So you'd see for any other type of illnesses, not that pregnancy is not an illness, but you would go there with illnesses, and then you might go to your GP for those appointments during pregnancy. But then you leave that model to go into the hospital to have your baby. So you go into the standard system, and then you come back out, and you might then see your GP after you've had your baby, maybe 6 weeks later. A private obstetric model, we have many private hospitals across Australia, and they have private obstetricians who work within them. And women pay a fee, which may be covered by their health insurance, but there'd still be and they will then have access to that private hospital and the private obstetrician, and the private obstetrician will do all their appointments, and midwives in the hospital will care for her during labour, but the private obstetrician will be there for the actual birth and managing the labour. And then they'll see midwives on the ward, and the private obstetrician maybe at 6 weeks. So there's a bit of a gap in the postnatal care for the continuity. Midwifery group practice, MGP, midwifery group practice, that is a continuity of care model where in the public hospital, so it's free, women will be able to see one midwife or a small group of midwives and see the same one throughout pregnancy. That midwife is on call for labour and birth, so she meets her at the hospital and cares for her, and then sees her for maybe up to 2+ weeks afterwards in her own home as well. So we now got continuity of care with a midwife throughout the whole continuum of pregnancy, labour and birth and postnatally within the hospitals. PPM, privately practicing midwives. Now, I've worked in all these models, except obviously I'm not a private obstetrician because I'm a midwife, but I've worked in all the other models. Privately practicing midwife in Australia, midwife who's done extra training. That was my graduate certificate that you saw on my CV at Flinders University, an extra year course learning about pharmacology and diagnostics and doing ultrasounds. And the private practicing midwife can order all of her own medications. And she follows the woman through from the first appointment through labour and birth. And often that labour and birth is at home. So these are generally home birth midwives, all the way through to 6 weeks afterwards as well. So now that I give you of those models, what were the outcomes when it comes to birth trauma, mistreatment and obstetric violence? You can see a big difference. Those plotted lines are the overall rates in the population. So let's look at the first one there, birth trauma, which is in green. Now that plotted line is the blue line. That's what the standard one was. So let's how the model of care impacts that. What you can see is anything above that blue line, which is standard and GP, ended up with higher rates of birth trauma. Anything below that blue line resulted in lower rates of birth trauma. And that includes those models that have the continuity of care, and that we call that relationship-based care. And that is the private obstetrician, MGP, and privately practicing midwives. But they're not all equal. You can see that they decrease. Even if they're below the line, they still decrease. And the lowest rates overall were with a privately practicing midwife. The next one, mistreatment, that is the grey dotted line, the top one. And again, it's the same pattern. Standard and GP shared care, that fragmented model had higher rates of mistreatment, and the lower rates in the relationship model, but again, decreased, and the lowest rates being in midwifery group practice and privately practicing midwives. And then the last one, obstetric violence, and that's the bottom grey line. And again, it's the same pattern. Above in those fragmented models and reduced, and that's the purple bar, reduced in the relationship-based models, but the lowest in privately practicing midwifery care. Hopefully I have explained that well enough. But what we then have to think about is, well, let's go back to that slide that talked about the type of birth impacting birth trauma. And if any of you in the audience can remember, what was the type of birth that had the highest birth trauma rates? Hands up, that's right. It was cesarean during labour, followed by instrumental birth. And the lowest, actually lowered the birth trauma rate was spontaneous vaginal birth. So then let's have a look at how those types of birth are overlaid with the type of model of care they had. Because we've got two things that can lower birth trauma or increase it, the mode of birth and the model of care. So let's put them together. And what you can see, we want to lower birth trauma rates. Vaginal birth is the big blue one. And you can see they are highest in midwifery group practice and highest again with a privately practicing midwife and lowest with a private obstetrician. The cesarean during labour is again lowest in MGP and PPM and about the same for private obstetric care and the other fragmented models as well. And then cesarean during labour, before labour, which was the same, it didn't lower or increase, but it was not lowered, is highest in private obstetric care. So that means we need to have a critical view, and as clinicians and as students that are listening, you've got to have that critical analysis to go, okay, what is going on here? We've got the vaginal birth being decreasing birth trauma rates, as does privately practicing and midwifery group practice, so that continuity of care with a midwife. So then we can look at two things. We can look at what are the highest rates of birth trauma and obstetric violence, not just New South Wales. Sorry, I wrote this report and I forgot to take that out. Across Australia, I mean, and it's the same numbers. And you know, what impacts that the most? And we can see that, actually I can't see because I've got my thing in the way. Let me just hide my video panel. No, that's not it. Hide my meeting control. So yeah, all right, so up at the top, number one is cesarean during labour. That has the highest rates of birth trauma from the data that we've looked at. And then it's instrumental birth. And then it's younger women. And then induction of labour, First Nations women, standard fragmented care, GP, women with previous mental health diagnoses, and cold women. Now, it looks like my
Dr. Hazel, I'm sorry. Are you staying with us? Hello, Dr. Hazel. Dr. Hazel. Okay, I'm sorry to all of the participants. Maybe Dr. Hazel have error with her signal. We're waiting. Maybe she can join in back with us in this room. Okay, the committee, maybe you can help to contact the Dr. Hazel so she can join back with us in this Zoom. Dr. Hazel?
failed. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back,
go.
Dr. Hazel. Okay, you can continue your presentation.
I'm very sorry about that. Let me just
It's okay.
Let me share this screen now.
Yes.
Screen. Yeah. Okay, let me just scroll down to where I was. My apologies. I left the charger in the hotel room. Okay, so here I was talking about the summary of what had higher rates of birth trauma, that we need to, really be thinking about that. But on the other side, what can we do what have we found in our study that decreased birth trauma? And that was having a privately practicing midwife, or a midwife that was able to work to her full scope of practice across the 6 weeks, from pregnancy all the way through to 6 weeks afterwards. And what's really important to understand with that, was able to offer expert support in a home environment. So being able to offer home birth. Then there's a vaginal birth, and vaginal birth obviously had that decrease as well. And again, continuity of care with a midwife, but in the public hospital setting, also decreased those rates. Being able to go into spontaneous labour and not being induced was really important. And then also a relationship-based care with a private obstetrician, knowing though that there were lower vaginal birth rates, but that private obstetric care can also be really important. And I think that's really important for women who are high-risk women that may need that extra support. As we know also from the Lancet series, is that all women need a midwife, and a small amount of women with high-risk complications need an obstetrician. And I'm very, very, very grateful that I work in, and I have worked clinically in a country that has such amazingly skilled and highly skilled obstetricians, because as a private practicing midwife who was supporting women having a home birth, occasionally I would, there would be complications that would occur, and I would need to transfer in and then collaborate with extremely skilled obstetricians who I knew would be able to give that care, the escalated care that was needed at the time. When we have that amazing collaboration, women get the best care, and we all work within the areas that we know best. Midwives, the bidans, we are experts in vaginal birth. We are experts when it comes to supporting women to have a pregnancy, labour, birth and postnatal period. And our private obstetricians, you are experts in that high risk area, and we need you and you need us, and we need to work together. So that is really the overview of the findings I found for birth trauma. But let me just tell you a little bit about the birth experience study and what we've done since we did our first survey in 2021. I like to think big. Why not? I suggest all of you try and think big. And myself and Professor Hannah Darling had a think and thought, could we actually get research groups in other countries to use our survey? So not only could they find out about women's experiences in their own countries, but in the future we could bring all our data together and end up with a massive data set of women's experiences internationally. So that's what we did. We reached out to people we knew, and then we presented, and now we've ended up, I'm so excited to say that we have 12 research groups across the world now working together under the birth experience study international collaboration. As you can see, we have a variety of different countries, and one of our most recent countries that came on board was Indonesia. So here we have the Best Indonesia group, and it's being run by Disa in the Universitas Erlangga. I apologize if I got that pronunciation wrong. And when I spoke to her and I told her that I was doing this presentation, she was happy for me to share her email, and she's willing to work with and looking forward to working with other midwifery researchers and maternity researchers in other universities across Indonesia to come together and work together on this project. She's in the very early stages at the moment as a research group. And what we do as a collaboration is that we support you. We have research groups in other parts of the world that are very established. They've got good funding, they've got everything they need to run the survey, and then we'll collaborate on papers. But we've also got other research groups that maybe have more junior researchers, maybe don't have as many resources or experience, and that's what we're here to support as well. We will actually, as a researcher myself, we support by providing research training, by providing our resources such as the survey and such as the survey platforms that we have, and then together we will help our researchers develop and do analysis, train on how to do that analysis, and then write our papers together, as well as combining our data sets for future papers. So if you are interested and you're in a position to reach out and work on the Best Indonesia project, then please contact myself or screenshot that and contact Disa in Universitas Erlangga, and it's not. She's excited to collaborate with other researchers across different universities in Indonesia. And as you can see here, we have such a wide range. We have we have yourselves in Indonesia. We also have Taiwan. We have mainland China. We have Japan. We have Zambia. We have Somaliland in the African region. We have Brazil in South America, and across Europe we have Finland, Norway. Actually, I haven't added Norway, so we could add another country to that. She's only just joined us. So Norway, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands. And after they've all done their own research projects, which we support, we will then be able to work on our data sets together. So far, Netherlands have got data, and we're working on a very exciting paper at the moment, which is the factors contributing to birth trauma and obstetric violence, both in Australia and in the Netherlands. And we're doing the statistical analysis on that now. So in summary, 1 in 10 women in Australia experienced obstetric violence and 28% of women experienced birth trauma. That is one too many women, and we need to change that. And as researchers, not only do we collect the data, not only do we present on the data and publish on it, but we have to act on it, which is why us as researchers have been at the heart of fighting and advocating for women and at the heart of this inquiry that is happening through the government right now. So finally, I'd like to thank all the women who shared their stories in our birth experience study and in the future birth experience studies that are being done now across the world. And I love to hear from you. I'd love to answer some questions now. Donna McCassie for having me on, and my email is there as well, so please feel free to reach out. And that's me.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hazel, for your great presentation. I think it was such a great and full of experience from your delivery method. So we have a lot of new experience, new knowledge between what happened in Australia, between in Indonesia. But by the way, Dr. Hazel, according to your method, I see that we have some problem between Indonesia and Australia. According or about the traumatic in the labor. I think the there is a cause of trauma in labor, like too young and too old the age for mother and the labor, and then too late to get the service or the healthcare from the public health maybe. But in Indonesia, which is one more the problem, Dr. Hazel, it is too far away. I mean, is the hometown of our patient is too far away from the hospital or the other public health center, so it makes they late to get service or healthcare. That is the make trauma during the labor or maybe after the birthing process. It's the same with the Australia. You know,
we certainly do have issues with distance because, you know, obviously we are a very large country and most of our maternity services are available along the metropolitan areas. So we do end up with both regional and remote and very remote areas where we don't have some maternity options and women have to be relocated. So certainly in some of our First Nations communities, which are very remote, women are flown at 36 weeks to go to the hospital if, and that's not always a, that in itself can be a traumatic experience because they have to leave their families and then be on their own, and then that can cause trauma. I think we are, you know, we have some amazing research groups and organizations that are looking at models where we can reintroduce birthing to regional and rural and remote locations. And we've been able to look at the research that has been done by the Inuit communities in far north Canada, where there's often a flight that is needed to be able to get to, you know, a hospital, and they've then re-established birthing by having midwives and having you know, First Nations midwives in those areas and bringing birthing back, because we know that if you've got a skilled clinician in that area, then that clinician, especially, you know, the midwife, is able to if there's good referral pathways, is able to refer early enough to then arrange transports. But I do know when I was working in Southeast Sulawesi on that tiny island, it was a 24-hour ferry and then smaller and smaller boats to get to the island that I was working on. And there were women in those communities with, you know, without access to maternity care. So I can also, you know, see that. But certainly having midwives in those different areas and having midwives far-reaching across the country can make a big difference. But yes, we do need to work on how can we address that.
Oh yes, but it means that we have the same problem, yes, Dr. Hazel. But the difference thing is maybe a different case or difference the problem others, which is the main factor or maybe the support factor, so that make the problem a big problem is happen into the during the labor or before the labor process. Yes. And the one thing, Dr. Hazel, you say that in Australia also have a continuity of care. Maybe you can explain a little what the scope of the continuity of care in Australia, because Indonesia too we have a continuity of care start from the after the marriage is like before the pregnant until the menopause or climacterium. Maybe it's the same with the Australia or
So what we mean by continuity of care and what the evidence has looked at is when you have a known midwife who cares for you from the first appointment or before, depending on the setup. But in Australia, it's from that first appointment during pregnancy, so early pregnancy, and during all the appointments, all those maternity appointments are done with the same midwife, and they're often longer than hospital appointments. So, appointments lasting more than half an hour, more than an hour. For me, I always needed at least, 1 cup of tea in that appointment. And so the nice, chatty, conversational appointments, getting to know the family. And then all the way, then you're there for labour and birth, and midwives are on call for labour and birth. So when the woman's in labour, you get called in, or the woman calls you, and you meet them either at their home or in the hospital, depending where they're birthing. And then caring for that woman, again in the hospital and at home for 6 weeks after they've had their baby. And that continuity of care in the public hospital is only available for about, if we look at all the models of care there, only about 15% of those models are continuity of care models. So it's not across all women. Not all women have access to this yet. And here in Australia, that's something that we are constantly telling our government and lobbying for, is that we need more. But we know from the research, from the Cochrane systematic reviews on continuity of care with a midwife, is that decreases preterm births, it decreases neonatal deaths, it increases vaginal birth rates, it increases satisfaction, and it decreases interventions. And now what we've been able to show in our study is all of those things are also related to decreasing birth trauma and obstetric violence. So it's also a more trauma-informed model of care. Does that answer your question?
Oh yes, thank you so much. Very clearly your explanation, Dr. Hazel. Okay, Dr. Hazel and to all of the participants, now we're moving to the next session, which is we entering to discussion session. Yes, Dr. Hazel. So because your material is very interesting, so I think there is a lot of questions from our participants. So yes, to all of the participants, this is the time for you to give a question to Dr. Hazel. Maybe you can chat or type your question in the chat room, or maybe you can, if you want to talking with Dr. Hazel, you can asking while in the Zoom meeting by raise your hand and then please say your name and your institution, so it make we can identify your as well as. Okay. Yes, Dr. Hazel, we have 2 participants who has raised their hands. Maybe the first is from Miss Rachel. Yes, Miss Rachel.
Hello.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Rachel, and then I'm from Poltekkes Surabaya. I want to ask to Dr. Hazel. In my country, and even in my region where I live, there are many cases of underage marriage, where a woman who is not ready for pregnancy has to give birth to her child. This patient may not fully understand or be mentally prepared for what they are going through, and may not be ready to become mother My question is, will the level of traumatic experience during childbirth process be higher? We know that trauma can manifest in various ways, but physically, mentally. So as a midwife, what should we do to assess such patient? That's all.
Okay,
As a
Dr.
midwife,
Hazel, I'm sorry. The question, do you want to answer one by one, or maybe the conduct all of the question, or how?
I can do one by one.
Okay, you can do by one.
Can you just clarify that question again for me, though?
Okay, Miss Rachel, maybe you can say that the conclusion or the main cause of your question to Dr. Hazel. Maybe the last question.
Sorry, my question is, will the level of traumatic experience during the childbirth process be higher from case of underage marriage? And we know that that trauma can manifest in various ways, but physically and mentally. So as a midwife, what should we do to assess such patient?
Okay, so it's really, I think what we can find from that is that, you know, young women, unmarried women, whoever the woman is, really needs midwifery care and needs kind and compassionate and respectful maternity care. If there's any way that relationship-based care where the woman can see the same midwife throughout the whole time, and develop that relationship and feel trusted is really important. Another thing that we have found, certainly in younger women, is the ability to be able to be in a peer support program. So something like centering pregnancy, where there would be the same midwife, but actually doing group appointments as well to prepare women, to prepare them, and also to connect with other women in similar situations. But really during labour and birth, if we understand that the interventions and the type of birth impacts them, then as midwives, we want to use our skills to promote physiological birth in a respectful and in a gentle way. And that might be, you know, being upright, being mobile, having access to water if that's available. In Australia, we have a big popularity for water births. Things are going to keep women nice and relaxed, and having support people that they choose to have with them. As midwives, we have the skills. We know how to be kind, we know how to be respectful, and we need to have that respectful maternity care throughout the process of maternity. The opposite side of birth trauma and obstetric violence is respectful maternity care. And if we get better at providing respectful maternity care, we will also reduce birth trauma rates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rachel.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rachel, for your question. And the second question is Dr. Hazel. Please, Ms. Selania Siska, you can say your question.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Midwife Hazel, for the extraordinary knowledge you have shared with us. My name is Selania Siska. Basically, people call me Sheila. So my question is, are there significant difference in the experience of birth trauma and obstetric violence, First Nation women and CALD women? Thank you.
Yes, so as I presented in the slide, there were higher rates of birth trauma for First Nations women and from culturally linguistically diverse women. And one of the things we need to embrace to reduce that rate is to invest in midwives who are from those communities. So in Australia, we have scholarships for First Nations midwives, student midwives to come through, because identifying with the midwife from the community obviously makes such a big difference and then reduces birth trauma. I think in Australia, being a colonised country, there is a lot of systemic racism, but it's quite covert, not overt, meaning that it's not always obvious that it's happening, and it's the systems and the processes and having more white midwives around and others that can cause them the biases without them even really realizing it. So I think we need to, again, use respectful maternity care. And for us as non-colored women or non-First Nations women, we need to become allies, which means we need to be able to be open to look at our own behaviours and say, did I just treat that woman differently to this woman? And be open to be challenged, be open to have those conversations, and then speak up and say we need to be better in our care. But overall, we also need to have more midwives from those communities to support women and also to educate the midwives. So yes, there were higher rates, but I think there's a lot that we can do to support and reduce those rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Midwife Hazel. Have a nice day.
You too.
Okay, thank you, Miss Elania. And the third question is from Miss Anindya. Please, Anindya, please, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thanks to the opportunities that giving to me, and thanks to Dr. Hazel that can giving us some impressed knowledge that hoping can give benefit to our future midwifery concern. And my question is, in some patients who are less cooperative and require and need some little firmness for the kind of purpose from the midwife or other part of obstetrician, how can we limit or give boundaries so that not to causing violence and reduce per trauma?
So I just want to clarify that question. Was that for women who are more quiet? Is that what you said?
Yes, let me pardon. How can we limit or give boundaries to the labor so as not to causing violence and reduce per trauma to the mom or labor process?
So what things can we do as midwives and doctors to make sure that we're not causing that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Again, it comes back down to using respectful maternity care. Now, the International Confederation of Midwives, on their website, they have a really good resource that your lecturers and that your educators can use called About Respectful Maternity Care. And you can download, and you can bring this into your hospitals too. You can download these resources, and there's all the PowerPoints and the lectures are all on there, and a role play so that you can actually practice what does it look like to provide respectful maternity care. And that's also around consent and understanding how do you get consent and when does that consent change. And that's really important when it comes to vaginal examinations and ensuring that, often I know when we work with our Muslim women in Australia, they want to have women doing that, but it doesn't just stop there for an examination. It also means that you are very clear to begin with, and you say in a way that is kind and also offers alternatives. If a woman doesn't want to have an examination, she shouldn't be forced to have one. And it's sitting down at the same level as the woman and not looking over her and overpowering her. It's being on the same level. It's being respectful in your language. It's offering alternatives and explaining those alternatives without using language that is coercive, such as, if you don't do this, your baby will die. That is coercion. But actually explaining the reason we would like to do this is because of this. And if we don't do that, that's okay. And then this could happen as well. So explaining that, and then being very clear. For example, when we do vaginal examinations, and I've seen this, and I don't know if this also happens in Indonesia, but sometimes they might do a little bit more. So while they're doing the vaginal examination, they might rupture the membranes at the same time, but they didn't get consent from the woman to do that. And then the woman has not, once they've been ruptured, you can't put them back together again. So she's lost all that power and control. So, it's really being clear what each thing is going to entail. and realizing that consent can be withdrawn at any time. So during an examination, if a woman is finding it particularly painful, or maybe she's got a history of a sexual assault and it's still starting to make her feel quite uncomfortable and trigger her, and she says, please stop, or she freezes, it's important for the clinician to stop and not say something like, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, I'll be a little bit longer. That we have to stop, and we have to listen to women, and we have to put consent as a major, as a major importance in what we do. But otherwise, it is being kind, it is being respectful, it is finding out what the woman wants in her labour and birth, and doing everything to support that for her. So if she wants to stand up, she wants to move around, if she wants pain relief, then it's giving her the risks and the benefits of the alternative, of the practice and the alternative, having that dialogue, and then respecting the woman's choices. At the end of the day, certainly in Australia, and I'm not sure about Indonesia, but the fetus, the baby, does not have rights until the baby is born, and it is the woman's body. And we cannot be using coercion and violence to put the baby's life ahead of the woman, because all women will do that anyway. We have to understand that all women want the best for the baby, and they will do whatever is needed. And so we shouldn't use language to try and coerce her behaviour to enforce that when it's what the woman would naturally do anyway. Does that answer your question?
Such an incredible answer. I'm so impressed to you, Dr. Hazel. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ananda.
Okay, thank you, Miss Anindia, for your question. Dr. Hazel, I'm so sorry because of the time. We have to end our discussion session, and all of the participants, I'm so sorry, please apologize me. I know that you all want to ask the question to Dr. Hazel, but we have a time limit. Dr. Hazel, I think this means we have to continue our sharing discussion in the next session. Maybe if you want to joining with us again, we want to make the continue of the syndrome today, because there is a lot of question from all of the participants to you, but because we have a time limit, so we cannot give the time to giving their question to you. But I think Dr. Hazel was sharing her email to all of you. Yes, Dr. Hazel, if there are any questions from all participants, so they can send to your email.
And to my Instagram, feel free to follow me just at Hazel Kiel on Instagram, and I can communicate on there as well.
Oh, okay. I think all of the participants have Instagram, so they can give their question about this topic today by using the Instagram. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Hazel, for your great mentoring and your kindly to answer all of the questions for all of the participants. And all of the participants, thank you for your posing question, which is the question is to make perfect our mentoring today, our presentation today. Okay, but before
thank you very much, and I might not be able to stay because I've got colleagues presenting that I want to go and watch. So please, I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your webinar today, and enjoy your next speaker. And thank you so much for inviting me on to today.
Okay, Dr. Hazel, maybe you stay in Zoom now, Dr. Hazel, because we want to give you award.
I'll stay now. Yes.
Yes, but before we moving to the award session, I would like to reading the conclusion of our first session, sharing discussion session with the mentoree from Dr. Hazel Kidley, and I have I make a lot of summary from the Dr. Hazel's mentoree. It is about the topic of Dr. Hazel, and The conclusion is birth trauma and obstetric violence are still a public concern and can cause post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD. And then many factors can influence, such as how to be born by cesarean section, poor medical treatment, or experience that do not match the expectation of the mother. And then the efforts are needed to reduce birth trauma and obstetric violence through improving the health care system and public awareness. I think beside that, it is the support from a partner, maybe husband or family is the more important, right, Dr. Hazel, to make the comfort labor and birthing for the maternal woman, because in Indonesia nowadays we have still a lot of cases from the mother, which is from the pregnant, and then after the after the birthing process, they still have the problem with their physical, like mental health, or maybe like the baby blues, postpartum blues is still many cause in happen in Indonesia until today. So according to the material from Dr. Hazel, I can make the summary is the one point is can make the mother birthing and labor with comfortable is if she have or, or if she has support, a lot of support from their partner, their family, and their environment. Yes, because as a woman, we need a lot of attention from the other. Yes. Okay, Dr. Hazel, once again, thank you so much for your joining us today. And as Thanksgiving from us, so let we give you such an honor and awards. Okay. Okay, Dr. Hazel, on behalf of our organizing, this is the certificate we will give to you as a first speakers of the first session of sharing and discussion of Syndrome 2020 and 23 today. That is, thank you so much. We have a lot of knowledge. We have a lot of experience that you're sharing with us today. And I hope this is not the end of our relationship. Maybe we can continue our next discussion and sharing on the next event in the future. So please, Dr. Hazel, can you accept this certificate with pleasure from us?
Thank you very much. I'm very honoured to accept that and very honoured to be with you. And I look forward to our ongoing relationship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hazel. Okay, before I end this session, Dr. Hazel, now we have joining from our second speaker. She is a doctor from Hospital of Papua. Did you ever heard of Papua before? Oh, yes. Papua is most famous place in Indonesia. There are a lot of beautiful beach, beautiful of a mountain. And then maybe you can say hello, Dr. Amira.
Hi, Dr. Hazel. How are you?
Yes, Dr. Hazel. Here
Hello.
is Dr. Amira, our second speaker today.
I'm from Papua. Nice to know you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, and really, I lot of learn from your last words, yeah, about the, about the we need to the patient know and the midwife know about how to important the support system. It's mean about the husband, yeah, because every husband sometimes didn't know about what the mother needed when delivery. So thank you so much about that, Mrs. Hazel.
Yes, absolutely. We need to have the full support from midwives and doctors to prevent birth trauma.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Amira, Dr. Hazel. If you want to stay with us to following the second session of our sharing discussion, this is such an honorable and great for us. But if you want to continue your activity today, so please you can leave this Zoom meeting. Thank you so much, Dr. Hazel
I hope we can see again. Maybe we can see in Australia, or you're coming to Surabaya. We're waiting for you. Thank you so much, Dr. Hazel. See you. Oke, Dr. Amira, terima kasih sudah bergabung, sudah mengikuti dari awal ya.
Enggak, maaf terlambat baru. Untung pas terakhir kali Dr. Hazel bicara saya masih tahu-tahu sedikit lah.
Oke, Dr. Amira, ini sudah banyak yang ditunggu-tunggu loh oleh para fansnya di sini, Dr. Amira.
Halo teman-teman semua, salam kenal.
Halo dokter, salam kenal.
Halo dokter.
Banyak sekali kan fansnya dokter.
Keren.
Oke dokter, sebelum kita masuk ke sesi bersama Dokter Amira, saya pamit ya dokter. Nanti akan berganti moderator dengan Dokter Amira. Tugas saya untuk di moderator untuk sesi pertama sudah selesai. Oke. Ya untuk semua partisipan, masih belum move on dari yang Dokter Hazel tadi nih. Oke. Selamat menikmati sesi berikutnya bersama Dokter Amira, kesayangan kita semua. Namun sebelumnya saya akhiri untuk sesi pertama ini. Thank you so much to all of the participants. Thank you for your kindly attention. And now I will return to the master of ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mia. We extend our sincere gratitude to Mrs. Mia for skillfully facilitating the material session, engaging in the question and answer session, and presenting the award certificate to our first speaker. We would also like to express our thanks to Chitra, Pixie, and all those who have supported Syndrome 2023. Your contribution have played a crucial role in the success of this event. Before we proceed to the next speaker, we have an exciting ice-breaking session planned, which will be guided by our dedicated committee. We warmly welcome the committee members.
Okay, thanks MC for the time given. For the next, I will start the ice breaking use Indonesian. Selamat siang kepada seluruh rekan-rekan peserta SIROM 2023. Bagaimana dengan materi yang sudah disampaikan oleh Miss Hazel tadi? Pastinya seru banget ya, dan tentu menambah wawasan kita semua. Karena waktu yang sudah siang ini, pasti rekan-rekan sudah mulai mengantuk nih. Jadi biar lebih semangat dan tidak mengantuk lagi, bakalan ada games yang seru abis. Apaan tuh gamesnya? Ya, kali ini akan mengerjakan beberapa soal. Nah, soalnya itu gampang banget, nggak susah kok. Dan games ini tuh sekaligus menguji konsentrasi rekan-rekan. Sejauh mana sih dalam menangkap beberapa materi dari narasumber. Oke, tidak perlu berlama-lama lagi. Rekan-rekan bisa segera join isi yang telah dibagikan oleh panitia di kolom chat. Sebelumnya perlu diingat bahwa 6 peserta yang sudah join masukkan nama dengan format nama asal institusi. Sebagai contoh, Anissa _ Kemenkes Surabaya. Dari akan diambil yang teratas, yaitu urutan pertama, 2, dan ketiga. Baik, gamenya akan saya mulai pukul 10.35. Jadi bagi rekan-rekan yang belum join, silakan join ya. Untuk waktu pengerjaannya itu selama 10 menit. Baik, games akan saya mulai. 3, 2, 1.
Oke, karena waktunya sudah habis, game akan saya akhiri dalam hitungan 3, 2, 1. Baik, akan saya bacakan pemenang pertama, kedua, dan ketiga. Yang pertama ada Kak Aurel. Selamat untuk Kak Aurel. Yang kedua ada Kak Laili dan yang ketiga ada Kak HN. Selamat saya ucapkan kepada pemenang kuis sindrom 2023 pada hari ini. Baik untuk pemenang yang menempati urutan pertama, kedua, dan ketiga, dipersilahkan bagi pemenang untuk menghubungi kontak person yang telah di-share oleh panitia di room chat Zoom. Baik, sebelumnya, burung dara, burung cendrawasih. Cukup sekian, terima kasih. Saya Asafa Triwulandari pamit undur diri, saya kembalikan kepada MC. Terima kasih.
Now, as we enter the segment featuring our next speaker, we are delighted to introduce our second moderator, Ms. Zakia. Her full name is Zakia. She was born in Pasuruan on 2 of May 2002. She is a student of Midwifery Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health, Surabaya. For the next topic, we will switch into Indonesian. Ms. Zakia, we extend a warm welcome to you as you guide us through this equally captivating presentation.
Okay, thanks Ms. Mutiara for the opportunity. Izinkan saya Zakia selaku moderator kedua untuk mengambil alih dan memandu jalannya acara berikutnya. Berbeda nih teman-teman dengan materi sebelumnya, untuk penyampaian materi kali ini kita akan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Pastinya tidak sabar kan? Sebelum berlanjut ke acara selanjutnya, saya akan menyapa Sobat Sindrom yang sudah hadir baik di ruang Zoom maupun di live YouTube. Yang akan saya awali dengan berpantun nih. Beli ketoprak jangan lupa pakai kerupuknya, cakep. Para ibu hadirin dan rekan mahasiswa, gimana nih kabarnya? Semoga selalu dalam keadaan sehat walafiat ya. FYI yang perlu Sobat Sindrom ketahui bahwa kegiatan seminar internasional pada pagi hari ini itu dihadiri oleh peserta dari ujung Sabang sampai ujung Merauke. Wow, begitu menakjubkan ya. Tak lupa juga pada pagi hari ini telah hadir nih narasumber keren kedua kita. Saya yakin nih pastinya Sobat Sindrom tak asing lagi dengan narasumber kali ini. Pastinya konten edukasi yang beliau buat yang memiliki banyak manfaat pasti sering muncul nih di FYP, TikTok Sobat Sindrom. Lalu sebenarnya siapa sih beliau ini?
Beliau adalah Dr. Amira Abda, spesialis obgyn. Selamat pagi, Dr. Amira.
Hai teman-teman semuanya, salam hormat.
Salam kenal.
Salam hormat, dokter.
Banyak sekali ya ini ya.
Iya, banyak banget.
Biasa, keren. Biasa kita ketemu di TikTok ya? Hari ini kita ketemu langsung ya?
Kalau boleh tahu, Dokter Amira ini sekarang lagi posisi di mana nih, dokter?
Posisinya lagi di rumah ini. Tadi baru habis operasi, tapi karena spesial benar-benar buat Politeknik Surabaya, jadi operasi berikutnya nanti setelah acara ini. Sekarang spesial gitu.
Spesial banget nih untuk Sobat Sindrom pastinya. Untuk itu pastinya meskipun sekarang agak siang ya, udah mulai pagi ke siang dan memasuki jam-jam rawan, tapi saya yakin nih karena di sini banyak fans dari Dokter Amira, pastinya dari Sobat Sindrom masih semangat banget untuk mendengarkan materi sebelumnya. Saya pun juga semangat banget nih. Oke, lanjut ya. Ya dokter, mungkin sebelumnya kami di sini hanya mengenal Dokter Amira melalui sosial media saja. Tetapi pada kesempatan kali ini kami semua diberi kesempatan nih untuk bertatapan langsung dan berdiskusi langsung dengan Dokter Amira. Terima kasih ya dokter sudah berkenan bergabung bersama kami dalam acara Sindrom 2023. Baik, untuk mempersingkat waktu, langsung saja kita akan masuki materi kedua, yakni tentang Management of Labor with Minimal Trauma, atau kita sebut dengan manajemen persalinan dengan minim trauma. Katanya sih ya, tak kenal itu maka tak sayang. Untuk itu, agar kita lebih dekat dengan Dokter Amira, izinkan saya membacakan kurikulum vitae dari dokter. Berikut kurikulum vitae dari Dr. Amira, spesialis obgyn, magister kedokteran klinik. Di sini telah dijelaskan Instagram beliau ialah @amiraabda19, untuk TikToknya @dokteramiraobgyn. Ini untuk teman-teman yang masih belum tahu bisa langsung dikepoin ya. Untuk pendidikan yang beliau tempuh ialah pendidikan dokter umum Fakultas Kedokteran Trisakti Jakarta. Kemudian selanjutnya beliau melanjutkan pendidikan spesialis ilmu obstetri dan ginekologi Fakultas Kedokteran UNER Surabaya. Untuk organisasi, beliau pernah bergabung dalam Ikatan Dokter Indonesia atau kita sebut dengan ID cabang Fakfak. Kemudian beliau juga bergabung di Perkumpulan Obstetri dan Ginekologi atau disebut dengan POGI di Papua Barat. Berikut pengalaman kerja dari beliau, yaitu sebagai dokter umum Puskesmas Kokas dan Puskesmas Fakfak pada tahun 2013 sampai 2015. Dan saat ini beliau bekerja sebagai dokter obgyn RSUD Fakfak Papua Barat mulai tahun 2020. Berikut beberapa riset yang beliau lakukan dan yang telah dipublikasi, di antaranya yang pertama yaitu comparison of post-cesarean section with hilly middle bisat or didascally unplately lipocyte ratio yang telah dipublikasikan oleh Scopus Quarterly 1 tahun 2020. Kemudian high maternal neonatal mortality and morbidity in pregnancy with NC-Mazer syndrome yang telah dipublikasikan oleh India Journal of Pregnancy tahun 2020-2021. Kemudian selanjutnya yaitu late referral of NC-Mazer syndrome in pregnancy at Dr. Sutomo General Hospital yang telah dipublikasikan oleh International Islamic Medical Journal pada tahun 2020. Kemudian maternal and neonatal outcome in pregnant women with obesity yang telah dipublikasikan oleh majalah Obstetri dan Ginekologi pada tahun 2017 sampai 2018. Inilah waktu yang kita tunggu-tunggu untuk Dokter Amira. Saya persilakan untuk menyampaikan materinya. Untuk materinya nanti kami alokasikan selama 60 menit ya dokter untuk waktunya.
Oke, siap. Halo semuanya, salam kenal. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Biasanya kita ketemu di TikTok, sekarang ketemu langsung. Senang sekali rasanya bisa bercengkrama langsung, walaupun nggak nempel, tapi kayaknya nempel terus hati kita ya. Jadi ini kelihatan nggak sayang di depan?
Kelihatan, Dokter.
Kelihatan ya?
Kelihatan, Dokter.
Kelihatan, Dokter.
Ya. Jadi di depan itu ada Instagramku ya. Nanti kalau ada yang mau ditanyain lebih lanjut, nanti di akhir juga saya kasih nomor telepon. Mungkin ada yang mau ditanyakan masalah pribadi, tapi jangan masalah asmara ya. Asmara cinta jangan ya. Masalah-masalah pasien aja boleh ya. Jadi nanti kalau ada yang mau ditanyain bisa langsung chat ke WA. Nanti di akhir slide ada WA-nya. Kalau mau lihat-lihat Instagram juga boleh. Mungkin ada edukasi-edukasi yang bisa didapatkan, walaupun sedikit, tapi mudah-mudahan bisa bermanfaat. Nah, jadi kalau masalah manajemen of labor with minimal trauma ya, itu berarti kan artinya banyak support system yang seperti kata Dokter Hazel tadi ya, yang harus mendukung upaya kita bersama. Karena kalau minimal trauma itu nggak bisa hanya dari bidannya, nggak bisa hanya dari dokternya, tapi juga ada nomor satu adalah pasien dan keluarganya yang punya peran penting dalam meminimal trauma ketika persalinan. Dan trauma itu nggak cuma ibunya, tapi bayinya. Jadi dua belah pihak itu ada trauma kalau misalkan tidak bisa ditangani dengan baik. Kok nggak bisa next ya sayang? Oh ya bisa. Ini dia ya, essential care of labor and birth. Jadi kalau kita bicara masalah persalinan yang sehat itu ya harus didampingi nggak cuma sama bidannya atau pendampingnya, tapi juga ada suami. Jadi faktor suami dari awal kehamilan sampai persalinan, masa nifas, menyusui sangat amat dipentingkan, sangat amat dibutuhkan. Karena kalau bidan atau perawat, atau kalau di Papua atau di kampung kita bilang mama biang ya, mama biang itu ibu-ibu dukun kampung ya, itu ya berperannya hanya waktu kehamilan saat persalinan untuk mendampingi. Tapi yang lebih banyak waktu oleh ibu dan bayinya tentu adalah suami dan keluarga terdekat ya. Nah, jadi ini WHO mengatakan bahwa ternyata many women experience mistreatment during childbirth. Jadi artinya begitu banyak perempuan yang memiliki pengalaman yang tidak baik ketika persalinan atau treatment yang tidak sesuai lah ketika persalinan, dan itu jelas akan memicu stres dan memicu trauma ya. 4 dari 10 perempuan memiliki pengalaman atau stigma yang negatif atau pengalaman buruk terhadap persalinan. Dan dalam tiap 15 menit sebelum persalinan ada masalah juga. Jadi kita baik mahasiswa bidan atau mungkin mahasiswa kedokteran atau tenaga medis saat mendampingi persalinan itu perlu perhatian dan kasih sayang yang maksimal kepada ibu ini ya. Dan ternyata justru yang lebih banyak trauma itu adalah anak-anak yang hamil muda, 1,8 kali lebih banyak pada perempuan muda yang usia di bawah 20 tahun. Makanya kenapa pernikahan atau hamil di bawah 20 tahun tidak disarankan, karena secara mental dan fisik belum siap untuk kehamilan itu sendiri ya. Nah, terus kemudian juga ternyata dari WHO juga mengatakan bahwa 59% perempuan itu mendapatkan ketidaknyamanan saat pemeriksaan dalam. Biasanya pemeriksaan dalam sering kita memaksa ya. Makanya kalau mau periksa dalam tuh harus ada unggah-ungguhnya dulu kalau orang Jawa ya. Unggah-ungguh itu artinya ada kulonwunnya dulu. Jadi, permisi Ibu, saya periksa dalam dulu ya Bu. Mungkin rasanya nggak nyaman, tapi saya harus melakukannya untuk melihat ada pembukaan atau tidak. Kata-kata itu saya sudah menyamankan untuk seorang ibu. Jangan langsung main colok aja ya. Jadi, apapun yang terjadi, sesibuk apapun kita di dalam pekerjaan kita, tetap kita manusiakan pasien kita. Seperti kita ingin diperlakukan, ya kita perlakukanlah pasien kita, gitu ya. Jadi pada akhirnya ketika dia mendapatkan ketidaknyamanan saat pemeriksaan dalam, mulailah banyak neglected pada persalinan tersebut ya. Nah, bisa karena faktor traumanya pada waktu menjelang persalinan, bisa karena tempatnya waktu persalinan nggak nyaman. Itu yang membuat sering mengalami trauma. Nah, ya. Nah, trauma kelahiran itu terjadi ketika wanita menemukan beberapa aspek dari kelahiran mereka traumatis atau menyedihkan atau menakutkan. Jadi nggak cuma saat di epis atau di potong perineumnya saat persalinan yang menyeramkan, tapi proses awal sampai melahirkan itu yang bikin trauma. Nah, penyebab traumanya bisa karena persalinan menyakitkan, bisa karena fisiknya yang tidak sehat, bisa karena nggak punya uang, nggak punya dana. Nah, makanya kalau pasien datang ke kita, mau pasiennya punya uang, nggak punya uang, orang miskin, orang kaya, semuanya kita perlakukan sama. Karena tujuan kita adalah mau membuat ibu dan bayinya sehat jiwa raga, gitu loh. Jadi nggak boleh ada sama sekali ibunya itu merasa insecure dari awal. Ibu hamil tuh nggak boleh insecure, nggak boleh menutup diri, harus bahagia karena menerima buah hati itu adalah suatu sukacita. Ya. Gitu. Jadi apa yang harus dilakukan? Ya otomatis kita sebagai tenaga kesehatan harus memperkaya ilmu kita, meningkatkan pengetahuan kita, meningkatkan kemampuan kita dalam berbagai aspek di bidang kebidanan. Untuk ujung-ujungnya adalah untuk respect ya dan safe maternal and newborn care for all. Jadi yang dilakukan itu semata-mata kita kenapa meningkatkan ilmu kita di bidang kebidanan, kita ikut seminar, kita praktek ke pasien, kita mau meningkatkan kemampuan dan keterampilan kita supaya saat melayani itu kita bisa total dan tidak menyakiti perasaan pasien. Karena kalau pasien sudah senang, sudah nyaman, kita atur apapun dia bisa. Tapi kalau misalkan sudah tidak nyaman, pasti sudah ada perasaan-perasaan gundah dan akhirnya trauma itu ya. Jangan sampai terjadi hal ini. Dear Pak suami, aku belum siap hamil lagi karena trauma persalinan. Itu ya, banyak kayak gitu tuh. Jadi nggak boleh. Seorang ibu itu harus bahagia saat melahirkan dan senang waktu hamil. Kenapa? Karena momen persalinan itu yang ada di pikirannya ibu atau perempuan tuh harus yang menyenangkan. Jangan sampai ada pikiran bahwa saya mau SC aja karena saya nggak mau lahir normal. Itu nggak boleh ya. Jadi lahir normal atau operasi itu hanya metode. Tapi mau normal, mau operasi semuanya harus bahagia. Jangan ada pemikiran bahwa menghindari persalinan pervaginam atau normal karena takut dengan kondisi yang menyakitkan pada waktu persalinan normal. Dan persalinan SC juga bukan tanpa komplikasi. SC juga bisa terjadi masalah-masalah. Jadi pasiennya harus kita bikin bahagia. Itu tugas kita. Tugas kita sebagai bidan dan tenaga medis di garda terdepan untuk membuat pasien itu jatuh cinta sama kita. Kenapa? Kalau pasien sudah nyaman, sudah jatuh cinta sama kita arahkan apapun dia nurut pasti. Gitu ya. Penting ini WHO juga bilang. Semua wanita memiliki hak untuk pengalaman melahirkan yang positif. Jadi perempuan tuh nggak boleh ada yang memiliki pengalaman buruk terhadap persalinan. Karena itu berdampak untuk dirinya, anaknya nanti, dan nanti waktu dia memberikan nasihat pada anaknya. Jangan lahir normal, nak. Nanti kamu lahir normal kayak mama. Nah, itu nggak boleh. Jadi harus positif ya. Makanya untuk positif itu perlu untuk ada penghargaan dari kita tenaga medis. Kita bisa memberikan beberapa pilihan. Kita harus pintar dulu untuk bisa ngomong sama pasien, untuk bisa memberi inform konsen. Bu, ini bisa dilahirkan secara normal. Tapi, nah sebaiknya karena resikonya tinggi, ibu usianya lebih dari 35, ibu usianya di bawah 20 tahun, di rumah sakit yang ada dokter kandungannya. Agar kalau ada emergensi bisa dilakukan. Nah gitu ya. Jadi kita juga harus menyamankan saat bicara. Pendampingan yang namanya suami, kita arahkan untuk selalu ada di samping pasien ya. Percuma ada 1000 bidan, tapi kalau nggak ada suami 1 ya. Lebih baik 1 bidan, 10 suami. Jangan ya. 1 bidan tapi 1 suami. Jangan 1 bidan 10 suami juga nggak boleh. Kebanyakan suami bingung nanti ya. Gitu. Jadi otomatis itu penting. Jadi kita harus gimana caranya kalau mau memimpin persalinan, kita pastikan ada suami di sampingnya. Suaminya panggil, ajak suaminya untuk bicara dari hati ke hati. Ajak suaminya untuk merasakan bahwa ini adalah proses berat yang berjuang nggak cuma istri, tapi suami juga. Karena yang mau mengharapkan buah hati nggak cuma istri loh. Ada suami juga yang butuh anak ini. Nah, kita bisa memberikan strategi untuk pereda nyeri di awal, bisa. Pereda nyeri yang aman buat ibu hamil ya paling bisa paracetamol drip ya rata-rata ya. Atau mungkin Provenit suap lewat bawah ya. Tapi biasanya pereda nyeri itu akan mengurangi kontraksi. Jadi kita harus memberikan di saat yang tepat. Kapan? Kalau masih prematur ya kita berikan. Tapi kalau sudah cukup bulan, sudah boleh lahir ya nggak perlu diberikan. Ibunya harus diajak bicara bahwa dalam persalinan itu, persalinan normal itu 80% yang punya peran adalah pasiennya sendiri. Jadi pasiennya harus diajak untuk mobilisasi, untuk bergerak, pembukaannya masih kecil, harus gerak-gerak terus olahraga, jimbol dan lain-lain. Itu kita yang mengarahkan. Gitu ya. Nah, jadi ini guideline-nya dari WHO. Guideline dari WHO tuh ya, yang pertama jelas aspek respect dari tenaga kesehatan itu paling penting. Kemudian ibu itu diajak bicara bahwa kehamilan dan persalinan adalah suatu proses yang unik, yang mana pembukaan yang terjadi dari 1 senti ke lengkap itu butuh waktu bisa kurang lebih sampai rata-rata bahkan ada yang 24 jam. Jadi itu suatu proses yang menarik dan menyamankan. Dibuat senyaman mungkin, dibuat sesantai mungkin, apa yang ibunya senang. Kalau ibunya senang sambil gerak-gerak jalan-jalan boleh, sambil nonton video, nonton film, sambil mungkin kalau orang muslim mungkin dengan ngaji, mengarahkannya, atau berbagai hal lain positif dianggap itu adalah suatu hal yang menyenangkan, bukan menyakitkan. Nah, dan selain itu juga perlu adanya kita sebagai bidan atau tenaga kesehatan yang menolong harus tahu bahwa persalinan itu ada beberapa fase. Yang pertama fasenya tahap 1. Jelas tahap 1 itu harus ibunya diberitahu bahwa proses persalinan itu, Bu, semuanya nanti tidak harus pakai induksi. Jadi jangan cuma taunya di video-video dibilang induksi, pasti induksi. Tidak kok, persalinan normal itu bisa ditunggu kalau semuanya aman. Sampai kapan? Sampai 41 minggu. Ya. Jadi nggak usah khawatir selama kondisi bayinya bagus, ketubannya bagus, ari-arinya bagus, detak jantungnya bagus, ya. Ibu dan bayinya nggak ada penyulit, itu bisa ditunggu sampai 41 minggu. Kita harus ngajarin ibunya, gimana sih Bu untuk supaya ibu itu bisa ngeden bagus, ibu harus latihan nafas, tarik nafas, buang nafas. Nah, jadi pendidikan itu penting untuk kita ajarkan sama pasien kita. Jadi ketika kita dapati pasien itu di klinik atau di bidan praktek mandiri atau di puskesmas atau di rumah sakit, pasiennya udah pernah dapat pendidikan itu dari kita. Ya, dan harus tahu tanda-tanda apa aja sih yang ada pada waktu orang mau bersalin, keluar air-air atau mungkin keluar lendir-lendir itu wajar. Ada kram-kram di perut, ya, ada tekanan atau kenceng-kenceng, ada nyeri belakang, itu adalah experience atau pengalaman yang terjadi ketika seseorang mau melahirkan. Harus tahu pasiennya. Nah, ini ya, kita harus bersyukur nih, kita berada di daerah yang mudah akses dan mudah informasi. Nah, saya di kampung di Papua menjemput pasien dengan cara pakai perahu begini. Kita harus ketemu ibu-ibu mama biangnya dulu nih ya. Kita ajak ibu mama biangnya pergi ke tempatnya yang mau melahirkan pasiennya. Kita melahirkannya di rumah, di terpal di dalam sini ya. Nah, jadi jauh sekali dari fak-fak itu bisa 4 jam. Mereka harus naik perahu. Nggak mungkin kalau mereka yang sini. Jadi kalau kita dapat berita ada pasien yang mau persalinan di rumah, kita kejar supaya jangan ada morbiditas. Jangan ada trauma yang menyebabkan kematian ibu dan bayi. Nah, jadi kita harus beruntung. Kita punya fasilitas yang lengkap di kota besar dan kita tuh punya kelebihan, kita punya pengetahuan yang lebih di bidang kebidanan. Kita bisa edukasi pasien dimanapun teman-teman berada, kita berikan edukasi bahwa harus persalinan di fase kesehatan. Paling enggak di puskesmas atau di rumah sakit. Jangan sampai di rumah ya. Karena kalau aksesnya seperti di Papua ini susah di pedalaman. Mereka mau datang ke kota naik 4 jam harus nunggu ada minyak apa enggak buat naik perahu. Kalau nggak ada minyak atau nggak ada bensin, mereka nggak bisa datang ke pusat yang terdekat. Jadi kita harus beruntung. Nah, ini kita jemput pasien sampai berhari-hari. Bayangin 2 hari jemput pasien. Naik turun sungai. Ini sungainya ini isi buaya semua ini ya. Ini naik perahu berjam-jam demi jemput pasien ini. Anak kecil ini ya, dia kehamilan di bawah umur, hamil 17 tahun kehamilannya ya. Pergi ke kampung yang jauh sama mama biangnya nih, mau dilahirkan di rumah. Kita dapat berita, kita kejar pasien ini sampai ke rumahnya walaupun makan waktu lebih dari 1 hari. Nah, jadi kita harus mencintai pekerjaan kita dan kerjakanlah apa yang kita cintai gitu ya. Karena mencintai itu di sini tak perlu banyak alasan ya, tapi selalu rela berkorban meski seringkali terlupakan. Meski seringkali kita sebagai tenaga medis atau bidan, kita tuh nggak pernah dianggap kadang-kadang. Dianggap bahwa keberhasilan persalinan tuh karena ibunya kuat ya kan. Atau mungkin bahkan mama-mama biang yang di kampung yang hebat, tapi nggak masalah karena kita tujuannya adalah untuk kembali lagi meningkatkan kesejahteraan ibu dan bayinya. Jadi kita nggak usah merasa baper atau bawa perasaan dengan banyak orang yang mungkin nggak menghargai profesi kita. Yang penting kan Tuhan tahu bahwa apa yang kita lakukan adalah sebagai ladang ibadah untuk kita bertemu dengan Tuhan nantinya. Gitu ya. Jadi, nah faktor apa aja yang pengaruh persalinan? Nah, yang pengaruh persalinan ini bisa yang penting 3 nih ya, power, patient, passenger. Jadi apapun yang terjadi, kalau mau persalinan, terutama persalinan normal, harus punya 3 ini. Power itu dari kekuatan ibunya. Nah, passage dari mana? Dari penampang ibunya. Ada panggul sempit nggak? Bisa nggak kepalanya turun ke bawah? Bisa nggak penampang ini sesuai dengan kepala bayi? Passenger bayinya cukup nggak beratnya? Apa jangan-jangan terlalu besar? Apa jangan-jangan bayinya ada kelainan kongenital? Atau bayinya gawat janin yang mengharuskan untuk SC? Kalau 3 faktor ini terpenuhi dan aman semua, ya pasti bisa lahir normal. Makanya kita mesti tahu power, passage, and passenger-nya memenuhi syarat apa tidak. Ya. Terus kita juga harus tahu ada fase laten, ada fase aktif. Fase laten itu biasanya pembukaan di bawah 3 cm. Kalau fase aktif 3 cm ke atas. Nah, kita harus lihat juga. Kalau sudah di fase aktif, biasanya kita pantau pembukaannya tiap 2-4 jam. Jadi kalau sampai 4 jam nggak ada kemajuan, berarti artinya sudah ada masalah. Nah, masalahnya di mana? Ya mungkin masalahnya ada di powernya mungkin. Atau mungkin apanya lagi? Mungkin PCS-nya. Jadi kita harus cari tahu. Nah, makanya kita bisa memakai biasanya partograf kalau WHO standarnya ya. Terus kalau untuk primigravida atau hamil anak pertama, ya biasanya pasiennya kita kasih tahu bahwa 1 jam 1 cm Bu kenaikannya. Kalau udah pernah melahirkan dalam 1 jam bisa 2 cm. Jadi beda-beda setiap pasien memang tergantung bagaimana kekuatan dan powernya. Tapi pasien itu perlu mendapatkan informasi. Nah kalau memanjang sampai ada kelas 1 memanjang, kita harus tahu kenapa kok nggak maju-maju. Apa karena kontraksinya lemah? Nah, dari awal atau tiba-tiba yang lemah? Atau mungkin ada dilatasi atau pembukaan yang lambat? Nah, atau mungkin terhentinya dilatasi tersebut. Misalnya secondary arrest. Secondary arrest itu kita melakukan pemeriksaan selama 2 jam, pembukaannya sama. Jadi jam 7 pagi kita pemeriksaan oleh pemeriksa yang sama, pembukaan 5. Jam 9 pagi masih buka juga, buka 5. Itu berarti secondary arrest. Harus cari tahu dari mana asalnya, powernya yang kurang atau mungkin penampangnya. Terus partus kasep atau dengan penyulit biasanya ya. Jadi mengalami kemacetan sehingga timbul komplikasi. Biasanya sudah lebih dari 24 jam persalinannya. Itu nggak boleh ya. Juga biasanya fase akhir dari suatu persalinan yang mengalami kemacetan. Misalnya sampai berjam-jam, sampai belasan jam nggak ada kemajuan dan menimbulkan komplikasi ibu dan anak ya. Bisa karena powernya kembali lagi, passage-nya, passenger-nya. Intinya itu yang penting. Kita harus paham power, passage, passenger. Udah selesai deh. Kalau kita udah paham itu kita aman. Ya. Terus apalagi yang membuat kita harus mengetahui bahwa pasien ini emergensi nggak sih untuk dirujuk? Nah, ibunya lihat gimana kondisinya. Kalau ibunya gelisah, letih, lesu, dehidrasi, pernapasan cepat. Nah, apalagi sudah ada edema vulva, edema serviks, cairan ketuban berbau, rujuk langsung. Itulah sarangnya trauma. Edema vulva itu adalah sarang trauma karena ibunya ngeden-ngeden sebelum waktunya. Makanya itu pentingnya kita punya pendidikan ini untuk kita bisa ajarin ibu jangan ngeden-ngeden Bu sebelum pembukaan lengkap. Kenapa? Karena itu bisa membuat bengkak-bengkak di vulva, di serviks, akhirnya bayinya nggak bisa maju, akhirnya bayinya gawat janin. Nah ya, oke. Terus apa yang harus dilakukan? Yang harus dilakukan ya tentunya ibunya harus diberikan cairan pastinya ya. Terus kemudian juga kalau memang kontraksi kurang harus diberikan induksi. Tapi induksi dilakukannya hanya di tempat yang ada kamar operasi. Artinya induksi itu punya kegagalan yang tinggi. Kalau gagal atau gawat janin bisa langsung di SC. Jadi makanya tidak boleh melakukan induksi di puskesmas. Jangan lupa juga kandung kemih dikosongkan. Supaya apa? Supaya kita bisa memudahkan supaya ibunya bisa ada kemajuan waktu persalinan. Dan persalinan tuh nggak boleh diinduksi kalau serviks belum matang. Makanya kenapa kalau induksi harus di rumah sakit dipantau dengan dokternya nanti ya. Kalau panggul sempit ya langsung SC. Nah, jadi intinya ringkasan dari patol kala 1 ini adalah kita harus paham. Kalau pembukaan serviksnya tidak berkurang atau tidak membuka dari kurang dari 3 cm ya berarti belum ada infartu. Infartu itu dilihat dari kontraksinya. Kalau kontraksinya baik ya harusnya pembukaan bertambah. Kalau kontraksi jelek ya pastinya nggak ada penambahan gitu ya. Jadi kita juga harus tahu nih partograf itu parameternya apa. Nah, kontraksinya bagaimana, frekuensinya berapa lama, ada kemajuan atau tidak, masuk garis waspada atau tidak. Nah itu semua bisa dilihat di partograf ya. Dan tentunya persalinan kala 2 memanjang. Kala 2 memanjang ini biasanya terjadi karena pembukaannya udah lengkap tapi kok nggak bisa lahir-lahir. Nah jadi harus dilihat dulu kala 2 lamanya nih buat primi atau multi, beda soalnya. Kalau 1 jam
Permisi Dokter Amira untuk mic-nya itu ke mute ya.
Ini ya udah ya, tes ya, udah ya. Halo?
Ya, aman Dokter Amira.
Aman ya?
Sudah.
Aman. Aman ya?
Untuk suaranya sudah jelas Dokter sekarang.
Siap, ini partograf jangan lupa ya. Partograf itu harus betul-betul memahami ya. Partograf itu dari atas ke bawah diisi. Ada fungsinya dari atas ke bawah itu. Vaskesnya di mana, nama pasiennya siapa, umurnya berapa, grafitnya berapa. Saya sering dapat pasien yang dari rujukan puskesmas nggak diisi atasnya semua. Padahal itu adalah kuncinya. Partograf itu dibuatnya sama WHO loh. Ada maknanya tiap kata per kata. Ketuban pecahnya kapan, mulai kapan, itu semua diisi dari atas. Jangan langsung isi bawahnya, atasnya kelupaan. Kalau nggak ada atas, nggak ada bawah. Jadi sistematis, belajar sistematis supaya kita bisa melakukan tindakan persalinan yang aman dan nyaman buat semuanya. Aman, nyaman ya harus tenaga kesehatannya sistematis dulu. Jadi kita harus membiasakan diri, semuanya terstruktur dari mana, dari atas ke bawah ya. Baru setelah kita isi semua kita lihat denyut jantung bayinya, air ketubannya bagaimana, pembukaannya, tanda-tanda vitalnya, kalau diberikan induksi. Nah, ya, itu penting. Nah, kalau ada bahaya, tanda bahaya gimana? Ya itu yang saya bilang tadi, kontraksinya tidak adekuat. Kita harus paham dulu bahwa kontraksi adekuat itu adalah kontraksi yang 3 sampai 5 kali kurang lebih 40-60 detik selama 10 menit, ada puncak his. Kalau sudah mulai tidak adekuat, apalagi ada vital sign berubah, demam ibunya, terus hipertensi atau hipotensi, takikardi, rujuklah langsung ya. Nah, kalau resusitasi ibu artinya memperbaiki power. Kita perbaikan power dengan cara ibu diberikan cairan dulu, dikasih makan minum dulu, nggak ada kemajuan rujuk, jangan lama-lama merujuk. Gunakan partograf karena sebaik-baiknya parameter kita adalah partograf. Ya. Kalau misalkan panggulnya tidak adekuat, tidak bisa masuk, cek Osborne test. Osborne testnya positif atau panggul sempit, rujuk langsung. Jangan lama mikirnya, langsung pemeriksaan dalam. Nah ya, kalau pasiennya misalkan tali pusat menumbung, apa yang dilakukan? Posisinya tali pusat menumbung itu paling cepat bikin meninggal bayi, karena pasti bayinya mengalami fetal distress. Posisinya ibunya harus seperti ini, namanya Tendenberg namanya ya, sanggah tali pusatnya oleh penolong. Penolongnya harus VT sampai bayi lahir. Jadi penolong itu harus membuat ibu ini posisinya nungging, VT seperti ini, nah ya, sampai kemana? Sampai ke atas meja operasi, sampai dibuka operasi, baru lepaskan. Kalau nggak mati bayinya. Sebelum merujuk apa yang dilakukan? Rehidrasi lah, miring kiri, posisikan ibu seperti ini, baru kirim. Nah, untuk membuat robekan minim, yang harus dilakukan adalah pijat perineum 4-6 kali sebelum persalinan ya. Jadi 4-6 minggu sebelum persalinan lakukanlah, ajari ibunya atau pasiennya paling enggak atau suaminya untuk melakukan pijat perineum ya. Supaya nanti mendekati persalinan perineumnya juga semakin elastis ya. Bisa dilakukannya mulai kapan? Mulai umur 35 minggu. Jadi nggak usah mendekati waktu hari H. Dari mulai umur 35 minggu pun 2-3 kali selama 3 menit dengan bantuan suami bisa dilakukan ya. Terus kemudian sebelum persalinan juga bisa melakukan pijat perineum. Tujuannya apa? Untuk menekan resiko epis atau pengguntingan perineum. Jangan sampai pengguntingan ini dijadikan suatu hal yang rutin. Artinya nggak semua pasien harus di epis gitu loh. Lihat-lihat dulu kalau memang anak pertama dengan beratnya agak besar ya epis. Tapi kalau misalkan sudah pernah melahirkan ya nggak perlu di epis ya. Jadi nggak semuanya harus di epis. Kita yang paling tahu, pemeriksa itu yang paling tahu kemungkinan lahirnya bagaimana. Kompres hangat pada perineum saat persalinan atau sebelumnya itu sangat amat membantu juga ya. Caranya begini ya, regangkan, ajarin seperti ini. Ibu keluarganya atau suaminya paling enggak ya, minimal suaminya harus bisa ini. Dengan apa? Dengan minyak zaitun boleh dilakukan ya. Terus ya sampai 4 tahap ini, dari mulai bagian dalamnya, vulva, vagina sampai vagina luar ya. Nah, otot-ototnya juga. Nah, afirmasi positif dan dukungan suami adalah nomor 1. Mulai 28 minggu rajin senam hamil, 1 minggu sekali untuk melatih nafas ya. Jadi ibunya harus sama kita harus diarahkan. Pasien itu nggak ngerti semuanya, pasti harus diarahkan. Meskipun sudah pernah hamil, belum pernah hamil pun semuanya namanya orang hamil itu stres pasti. Karena semuanya orang hamil merasakan kebingungan atas dirinya dan bayinya. Jadi harus kita ulang-ulang terus bahwa ibu harus sering olahraga ya. Terus ibu harus melatih nafas, tarik nafas dari hidung, keluar dari mulut. Mengedan itu di perut, Bu, bukan di leher. Nah, seperti orang buang air besar, dagunya nanti nempel dada, tangannya merangkul kedua lipatan paha hingga siku. Itu diajarin mulai kapan? Mulai sebelum persalinan, biar terbiasa. Jangan mengejar saat tidak ada kontraksi, Bu. Nanti waktu kontraksinya baik atau meningkat, baru ibu ngedad. Supaya 1 kali keluar bayinya. Jadi tahap-tahap ini kita bisa mengajari nggak cuma ke pasien, tapi juga ke suaminya, supaya suaminya ikut mendukung. Nah, bagi seorang perempuan yang pernah melalui fase persalinan, tentu kehidupan yang damai di dunia ini berawal dari proses kehamilan yang minim trauma. Ya. Jadi kita sebagai tenaga kesehatan, bidan, dokter, itu adalah tugas kita. Gardanya kita adalah di sini untuk membuat pasien itu datang ke kita dengan bahagia dan bersalini dengan senang dan nyaman, bukan dengan trauma. Karena trauma itu akan menimbulkan hal buruk pada kedepannya nanti. Oke, sebaik-baiknya proses persalinan ialah yang menghasilkan bunda dan buah cinta yang sehat jiwa raga. Ini nomor telepon saya, kalau ada keluhan yang mau ditanyain atau ada yang mau dikonsultasikan, insya Allah semaksimal mungkin yang saya bisa jawab, saya jawab. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada Dr. Amira atas atas materi yang telah dijelaskan yang begitu luar biasa sekali. Untuk selanjutnya kita akan membuka sesi diskusi nih. Untuk langsung saja untuk Sobat Sindrom yang mau bertanya bisa raise hand kemudian menyebutkan nama dan juga asal institusi. Baik, saya akan, banyak banget nih yang mau bertanya ya kepada Dokter Amira. Padahal ini sudah siang tapi masih semangat semua ya Dokter ya. Dokter Amira diserang. Saya pilih terlebih dahulu nih, bentar ya.
Ya, udah tadi jangan sebut. Dia Putri.
Baik, untuk Kak Dea Putri, bisa langsung menyebutkan nama, asal institusi, dan pertanyaan yang diajukan untuk dokter. Permisi Kak Dea, untuk suaranya itu ya, kecil. Permisi Kak Dea, apakah ada kendala? Mungkin bisa dicoba untuk tes mic-nya terlebih dahulu. Ya, karena untuk suaranya di sini tidak terdengar, mungkin untuk pertanyaan dari Kak Dea bisa diketik terlebih dahulu ya di chat Zoom. Ya, mungkin kita ambil pertanyaan lainnya dulu, nanti untuk pertanyaan Kak Dea bisa dijawab untuk selanjutnya. Oke. Baik, akan saya pilih terlebih dahulu dari Sobat Sindrom yang mau bertanya ke Dokter Amira. Untuk Kak Ardina Firni, bisa silakan mengajukan pertanyaan yang diajukan dan jangan lupa untuk menyebutkan nama dan juga asal institusi.
Baik, terima kasih. Sebelumnya saya mau bertanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Waalaikumsalam. Perkenalkan, nama saya Ardina Firni Haryono dari kelas reguler A. Saya mau bertanya, dokter. Kan tadi di PPT dijelaskan bahwa persalinan yang tidak baik itu kan ditunggu sampai 30 menit sampai 34 menit ya tadi dokter bilang.
Kalau kala 2, priminya sama multi yang beda. 1 jam sama 2 jam.
Nah,
ini 2 jam.
Jika sampai 1 jam sampai 2 jam itu tidak ada perkembangan, itu apakah itu gimana solusinya? Maksudnya solusinya itu masih tetap ditunggu apa pakai cara yang lain? Maksudnya kayak lewat persalinan secara sesar ataupun dirujuk di rumah sakit lain gitu, dokter?
Oke,
sekian,
gini.
terima kasih.
Ya, makasih sayang. Jadi kan tadi kalau primi 2 jam, multi 1 jam ya. Jadi gini, maksudnya tuh parameter itu sebenarnya untuk kita melihat kita perlu tindakan lebih lanjut atau tidak. Sebetulnya kalau kita pakai partograf ya, partograf ini sebenarnya paling penting. Tapi saya tahu banget banyak nggak dipakai ya. Jadi saya pun selalu marah-marah bidan-bidan di puskesmas yang tidak menggunakan partograf. Jadi malas ngisi biasanya ya. Padahal acuan hidupnya kita dalam persalinan normal itu ada di partograf semua. Kalau melakukan partograf dari awal, kita tahu garis waspadanya. Sudah masuk garis waspada, nggak ada kemajuan, ya artinya rujuk itu ya. Jadi perintahnya di partograf kalau sudah garis waspada, apalagi sudah infartu kala 2 memanjang ya, memanjang kan, artinya harus dirujuk. Rujuk kalau posisi persalinan berada di puskesmas. Rujuknya pasti ke rumah sakit yang lebih tinggi ya kan. Tapi kalau sudah di rumah sakit, ya artinya call for help. Call for help dengan cara apa ya? Telepon dong SPOG-nya, dok ini sudah tidak ada kemajuan selama 2 jam. Artinya sudah infartu kala 2 memanjang. Harus dicari et causanya apa? Apakah et causanya power, ya kan? Kalau power masih bisa diinduksi, induksi akselerasi namanya, ya bisa. untuk menambah kontraksi. Kalau tidak ada penyulit lain, misalnya ibunya dengan bekas SC ya nggak boleh dikasih induksi. Tapi kalau ibunya aman, bayinya aman, nggak ada masalah, masih bisa diberikan induksi ya. Tapi kalau misalkan masalahnya adalah di panggulnya, atau masalahnya di bayi besarnya ya, atau masalahnya di PSH-nya seperti tadi, artinya kan harus sito SC ya kan. Nah, jadi masalahnya harus tahu dulu kenapa dia infartu kala 2 memanjang. Karena kan dia bisa sampai di infartu kala 2. Artinya dia sudah melewati fase kala 1 laten dan aktif. Kok tiba-tiba mandek di sini? Nah, biasanya terjadinya kalau memang nggak ada masalah-masalah lain, ya tentunya terjadi seringnya di power ibu udah mulai capek ibunya. Itu boleh nggak ditambah dengan induksi? Boleh kalau di rumah sakit. Dan syaratnya induksi ya jelas, nggak ada penyulit pada ibu dan bayi. Kalau ibunya punya riwayat SC, nggak boleh induksi, harus langsung SC lagi. Atau yang kedua, misalkan bayinya kawat janin, ya nggak boleh. Kembali lagi, kalau sudah infartu kala 2 memanjang, itu adalah tempatnya kita untuk konsul lebih lanjut. Ya kalau di rumah sakit, konsul ke SPOG-nya. Harus call for help. Tapi kalau di puskesmas, nggak ada ceritanya untuk menunggu, langsung rujuk. Begitu ya. Gitu sayang.
Baik dokter, terima kasih.
Sama.
Baik, terima kasih untuk Dokter Amira atas jawabannya begitu luar biasa. Jadi intinya tadi itu kakaknya itu bertanya terkait metode apa ya kak ya? Metode apa ya yang harus dilakukan, apakah sesar atau normal? Langsung untuk mempersingkat waktu, saya pilih lagi untuk pertanyaan selanjutnya. Untuk Bu Usnawati, saya persilakan untuk bertanya. Bisa menyebutkan nama dan juga asal institusi serta pertanyaan yang diajukan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon maaf dokter.
Halo. Waalaikumsalam ibu saya cantik cinta.
Siap dok. Perkenalkan dok, nama saya Usnawati. Saya bekerja di RSUD Kabupaten Raja Ampat dok. Kebetulan lagi tubel di Polkes Baya, di AJ Polkes Baya dok. Izin bertanya dok, ini mungkin lebih mengenai di lapangan ya dok, karena kita sama-sama di daerah kepulauan. Waktu itu kan saya itu ada pasien, kebetulan waktu itu dokter SPOG kami itu lagi keluar kota dok. Jadi waktu itu pas ada pasien kami masuk, itu sudah shock karena perdarahan dok. Pas kita anamnesa tak tahunya ini pasien ada riwayat pos SC 2 tahun yang lalu, sama dokter SPOG kami sebelumnya itu sudah dijadwalkan untuk operasi. Tak tahunya keluarganya banyak yang tidak mendukung karena berharap pasiennya mau dilahirkan normal. Jadi pasiennya itu sudah dijadwalkan untuk operasinya dok. Jadi tak tahunya pas hari dijadwalkan pasiennya tetap tidak datang. Nah setelah 2 hari ditunggu tidak datang-datang, kebetulan dokter kami berangkat, tak tahunya pasien kami ini datang sudah dalam keadaan shock karena perdarahan dok. Jadi pertanyaan saya, bagaimana sih dok biar kita itu berhasil begitu dok, cara mengedukasi, karena kesulitan sekali dok, kan kita kan nggak mungkin terus-terusan dalam menyampaikan pasien itu ternyata banyak kendalanya dok, karena faktor keluarga sangat mendukung untuk mengambil keputusan di daerah kami begitu dok. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak Ibu bidanku tercinta, ini dari dekat-dekat daerah Fakfak ini. Kalau saya menuju ke Raja Ampat itu dari Fakfak naik pesawat kecil dulu 1 jam ke Sorong. Dari Sorong naik kapal feri lagi 2 jam. Waduh lamanya, mau ketemu dirimu susah aku. Makanya dirimu ke Fakfak aja Bu. Jadi itu pertanyaannya bagus banget, keren ya. Jadi memang itu yang kita alami memang di kampung, di pedalaman ya, begitulah sehari-hari yang kita lakukan. Makanya kan saya selalu melakukan upaya jemput bola ya, jemput pasien ke rumahnya masing-masing. Tujuannya apa? Sebelum ada masalah kita selesaikan. Menyelesaikan masalah tanpa masalah. Karena pasien tuh nggak pernah salah Bu. Yang salah itu adalah kita. Kenapa kita nggak bisa membuat pasien datang ke kita ya? Pasien itu tidak pernah salah ya. Pasien itu tidak pernah mau disalahkan dan tidak pernah merasa salah. Seperti kita kalau ke rumah sakit, kalau kita bandel, dokternya masukin kita obat, kita dimarahin sama dokter, kita nggak terima. Padahal kesalahan kita. Jadi pasti pasien tuh begitu di mana-mana. Pasien tuh nggak ada yang pernah mau disalahkan. Sama halnya ketika kita ntar menjadi pasien. Kalau kita jadi pasien juga, kita juga sama. Kita pasti banyak menyangkal dan banyak mendenial gitu loh. Kita merasa kita benar, itulah pasien. Jadi itu tugas kita ya Bu ya. Karena profesi kita ini memang tadi saya bilang masalah mencintai ya. Mencintai sampai akhir nadi. edukasi sepanjang hayat ya. Nggak ada kata capek untuk edukasi gitu loh. Karena memang kita menjadi seorang bidan itu adalah panggilan jiwa ya. Panggilan jiwa untuk mau dimarahi sama pasien ya kan. Kadang-kadang kita menolong persalinan juga masih dipukul-pukul, dicubit-cubit sama pasien itu biasa ya kan. Kadang-kadang kita udah ngomong apapun masih kita dimarahin, diajak berantem sama pasien. Itu adalah makanan sehari-hari. Tapi kita harus berlapang dada dan kita bersyukur karena kita adalah manusia pilihan Tuhan. Tidak semua orang ada di posisi seperti kita yang bisa mengemban kondisi ini. Artinya nih kita mungkin pilihan Tuhan untuk kita dapat surga Allah nanti, gitu loh Bu. Jadi kita harus edukasinya terus, jangan berhenti. Kalau pasien nakal seperti itu Bu, yang harus dilakukan adalah pertama kita atasi dulu shocknya. Karena kita nggak bisa marahin pasien di saat kayak gitu, ya kan? Nanti udah selesai pasien udah aman, baru kita marahin dia, ya. Jadi kita atasi dulu shocknya. Untuk mengatasi shock kita butuh tim. Tim itu adalah caranya dengan call for help, panggil bantuan. Ibu nggak bisa sendirian, paling nggak bertiga. Ada yang menjaga atasnya, tangannya, bawahnya. Artinya apa? Ada yang memandu dari atas, leadernya. Leadernya melihat pasien gimana kesadarannya, aman atau tidak. Yang kedua pasang infus 2 jalur. Yang ketiga di bawah pasang kateter. Pastikan perdarahannya bagaimana. Nah, posisikan miring kiri, guyur cairan, ya kan? 2 jalur. Siapkan darah kalau ada darah. Dan jangan lupa satu orang di luar suruh lari, cari kapal feri yang ke Sorong, ya. Satu orang yang di luar suruh lari dari kapal feri ke Sorong, ya. Suruh stop kapal feri di Sorong, ya kan? Karena kapal feri dari Raja Ampat ke Sorong itu susah. Nggak setiap jam ada ya Bu ya. Saya tahu banget kan, saya sering sana. Gitu. Atau kalau tidak cari ambulan air. Ada nggak ambulan air? Nggak ada yang ambulan air ya?
Ada.
Sementara ada ya. Nggak, siapa tahu kan Ibu ada ambulan air kan bisa. Ya? Enggak, bercanda Bu. Maksudnya kita harus upayakan supaya sambil kita telepon ke ininya, telepon ke dokternya, kita udah persiapan dulu atasi shocknya ya kan. Shock itu kan semua sama Bu, stabilisasi. Pasang 2 jalur, kateter, cari darah, posisikan kalau hamil miring kiri, masukin anti perdarahan, injeksi tranexamat atau kalnek, ya kan? Telepon dokternya, suruh orang di luar cari angkutan. Telepon rujukan. Jadi rujukan di sana sudah siap menerima kita. Dan jangan lupa yang paling penting di atas segalanya, KIE pasien dan keluarga. Nah, KIE-nya bukan marah-marah, kasih tahu ini kondisi gawat, emergensi, harus dirujuk. Ada harapan selamat tapi bisa juga meninggal. Siap dengan kondisi itu? Tanda tangan. Tidak siap, tidak mau, tanda tangan juga, gitu loh, ya. Jadi tetap pasien yang berhak untuk memutuskan dia mau dirujuk apa enggak. Kalau tidak mau, dia mau mati di tempat, kita berusaha maksimal, tapi sudah tanda tangan paling tidak. Jadi harus ada buktinya, inform konsen itu, ya. Kita sering lupa, kita panik, kita nggak inform konsen. Padahal apapun yang kita lakukan di tubuh pasien harus ada persetujuan dari keluarganya dan pasiennya. Kalau pasien nggak bisa sadar ya suaminya atau keluarganya. Jadi kalau ada apa-apa kita nggak disalahkan. Gitu loh. Kita upayakan semua, tapi ada satu orang yang harus inform konsen. Makanya untuk menangani shock atau perdarahan butuh tim, minimal 3 orang timnya, nggak bisa kurang dari itu. Ibu bukan dewa, bukan Tuhan, nggak bisa menyelesaikan masalah satu orang sendiri, nggak bisa. Kita kalau kondisi perdarahan pasti semuanya bingung, semuanya panik, ya. Jadi yang harus dilakukan adalah tetap tenang, call for help dulu, atasi shocknya, KIE, telepon rujukan, baru berangkat dengan helikopter yang dari Raja Ampat atau mungkin ambulan air kalau misalkan nggak ada kapal feri. Gitu ya Bu ya. Saya tahu perjuangan Ibu nggak mudah, tapi Ibu tidak boleh capek untuk beredukasi. Edukasi itu sampai akhir nadi Bu. Sampai Ibu mati, tugas kita sebagai bidan dan dokter adalah mengedukasi ya. Karena cuma itu Bu yang kita punya. Kalau ilmu ada yang lebih tinggi daripada kita. Kemampuan ada yang lebih hebat daripada kita. Tapi kalau edukasi, setiap orang yang menjadi bidan atau dokter atau perawat pasti bisa edukasi. Karena kita punya ilmunya. Ya. Semangat Bu. I love you.
Oke, baik, jawaban yang begitu luar biasa nih dari Dokter Amira. Untuk Bu Usnawati, bagaimana? Apakah jawabannya dapat diterima atau ada yang mau ini ditanyakan lagi nih?
Terima kasih.
Dokter Amira ini selain menjawab pertanyaan dari para audiens, ternyata juga sambil bercerita tentang pengalamannya di daerah Fak-Fak Papua Barat ya Dokter. Sebelum berlanjut ke pertanyaan selanjutnya, mungkin kalau dokter mau sedikit cerita boleh banget nih kita, karena juga kepo Dokter.
Ya kalau memang di daerah memang begitu, rata-rata memang kita ini memberikan tahu pasien nggak bisa sekali 2 kali, harus 1000 kali. Ya 1000 kali pun kadang masih kurang ya. Jadi saya pikir itu bukan cuma di Papua, di Jawa pun gitu, Surabaya pun gitu. Saya juga pernah tugas waktu itu pas saya ngambil spesialis kandungan di UNER juga kita pernah tugas di Sidoarjo, di Madura pernah, di Sampang ya. Jadi pernah juga tugas-tugas di daerah sana. Jadi tahulah gimana susahnya untuk menghadapi orang-orang dengan pemikiran dan adat-adat yang mereka merasa bahwa harus normal. Kalau belum normal itu belum persalinan sesungguhnya, ya kan? Dirujuk nggak mau, merasa dokter atau bidan ini pembohong. Dokter atau bidan ini cuma mau cari uang, ya kan? Padahal sudah ada BPJS. Jadi banyak stigma tersebut. Kita harus merubahnya dengan cara kita harus memberikan cinta dan kasih sayang yang tulus pada mereka. Bagaimana cara memberikan cinta itu? Ya kita merangkul mereka. Kalau saya di sini caranya adalah untuk membuat mereka trust, percaya sama kita. Saya jemput mereka ke rumahnya masing-masing. Karena kita ini sebagai bidan atau tenaga kesehatan, percuma kita jadi bidan, jadi dokter, jadi profesor sekalipun kalau kita tidak punya trust issue. Kita harus punya isu atau kepercayaan dari orang sekitar kita. Kalau sudah percaya, pasti apapun yang kita lakukan, mereka setuju. Apapun yang kita minta, pasti dilakukan. Jadi kalau misalkan kita sudah kehilangan trust itu, ya kita akan kehilangan sebenarnya jati diri kita sebagai seorang tenaga kesehatan. Karena jati diri kita dilihat bukan dari berapa hebatnya, berapa pintarnya kita. Semua bidan pintar, semua dokter pintar, semua belajarnya dengan kondisi yang sama. Tapi bisa nggak membuat pasiennya percaya bahwa pilihan untuk bersalin di tempatnya atau apa yang dikatakan oleh bidan dan dokter itu adalah kata-kata yang memang betul dan untuk menyelamatkan pasien. Tidak semua bisa seperti itu. Saya tahu, makanya banyak pasien-pasien yang biasanya tidak sesuai dengan apa yang dikatakan oleh bidan, malah melakukan hal yang lain. Direncanakan nggak mau, tapi ya kita nggak usah marah. Ya itulah tantangannya. Memang kita harus sering, harus terus, nggak boleh capek-capek, nggak boleh marahin pasien. Karena kita suatu saat juga akan jadi pasien. Ya kan? Sekarang kita nanti kita sama orang lain gara-gara kita jadi pasien. Jadi roda itu berputar. Hari ini kita memperlakukan pasien seperti apa, suatu saat keluarga dan diri kita juga akan diperlakukan seperti itu sama tenaga kesehatan. Jadi santai aja, kalau memang mereka bikin emosi, ya nanti kita marahinnya setelah masalah atau kegawatan teratasi. Baru kita marahin mereka. Tapi kalau masih ada emergensinya, kita atasi emergensi dulu.
Iya, benar banget Bidan. Saya setuju sekali. Saya juga setuju tadi dengan kalimat Bidan di awal bahwa sebenarnya pasien itu nggak pernah salah ya Bidan ya. Jadi meskipun memang kita tidak bisa menyamakan mindset satu orang dengan orang lainnya, ya itu memang tugas kita ya untuk membuat mereka itu percaya dengan kita. Baik, langsung aja berlanjut ke pertanyaan selanjutnya. Ini akan saya ambil dari kolom chat. Ini pertanyaannya tentang psikologis persalinan. Selamat siang, mohon izin bertanya kepada Dr. Amira, spesialis obgyn. Bagaimana peran yang bisa bidan lakukan untuk menangani klien yang sudah mengalami trauma psikologis persalinan akibat dari proses persalinan sebelumnya? Terima kasih. Untuk pertanyaan ini datang dari Kak Wiwi Anggraini, yaitu dari RSUD Suwandi. Untuk dokter, saya persilakan untuk menjawab pertanyaannya.
Halo Kakak Wiwi sayang, temanku ini, dulu aku pernah di Suwandi lama. Dulu aku pernah tugas di Suwandi. Itu pertanyaannya paling pertanyaan jebakan buat aku itu. Karena kangen aja udah kelamaan nggak ketemu. Biasanya bidan-bidan Suwandi suka menjebakku memang dari dulu. Menjebak pasien enggak ya? Menjebak dengan ilmu lah, kita bersahabat semua. Salam buat semua teman-teman di Suwandi ya. Kangen semuanya, hebat-hebat di Suwandi itu. Karena ya itu banyak menangani pasien-pasien dari Madura ya. Pasien-pasiennya semuanya memang keras-keras dan kadang-kadang terkesan memang semaunya sendiri, tapi bidan-bidan di Suwandi itu hebat-hebat dan sabar ya. Jadi kalau masalah trauma persalinan, kalau sudah trauma itu sesuatu yang berat ya untuk dihapuskan ya. Karena kadang-kala kita sudah memberikan stigma positif kepada pasien atau sudah memberikan dorongan kepada pasien untuk semangat, itu pun nggak cukup ya. Karena kembali lagi trauma itu yang bisa mengobati adalah diri sendiri. Tapi bagaimana kita mengobati atau kita membuat pasien itu bisa terobati traumanya? Kita butuh bantuan dari banyak pihak. Pertama, kita harus panggil keluarga dan suaminya. Suami dan keluarga terdekat, kita harus ada bicara untuk membantu proses kita pendampingan agar bisa perlahan berkurang traumanya. Hilang pasti nggak bisa. Nggak ada orang yang traumanya bisa hilang. Kayak kita pernah diputusin sama pacar kita, seumur hidup bakal ingat diputusin sama pacar. Tapi kan yang penting traumanya hilang ketika sudah menemukan tambatan hati yang baru, kan? Nah, tentunya harapannya bagaimana di persalinan selanjutnya adalah bisa kita membuat pasien itu sebahagia mungkin, senyaman mungkin, agar trauma yang lalu tidak timbul lagi. Nah, ya. Jadi selain dari pasien dan keluarga dan suami terutama, nomor satu suami ya, kita juga harus bisa meminta tambahan pendekatan kepada psikologis atau psikiater ya. Kalau ada psikolog atau psikiater terdekat, bisa kita ajak join dalam mengatasi trauma pasien. Jadi bidan ini nggak bisa kerja sendiri. Bidan harus ngajak suami pasien, keluarga terdekat, psikolog, psikiater bahkan. Karena trauma setiap orang itu berbeda-beda cara penanganannya ya, tergantung traumanya dan apa yang dirasakan sedalam apa. Jadi dan tentunya nggak kalah penting juga mengajak serta dokter objinnya untuk bisa membuat ibunya yakin bahwa nanti untuk persalinan selanjutnya ibu masih bisa kok diarahkan normal, atau untuk persalinan selanjutnya kayaknya nggak bisa Bu normal karena ibu sebelumnya ini sudah ruptur perineum grade 4, sudah kena sampai anusnya semua. Jadi kalau hamil lagi harus SC. Nah, itu semua kan nanti bisa dikonsultasikan dokter kandungan juga. Makanya butuh tim trauma namanya. Nah, jadi ibu bidanku tercinta yang ada di Suwandi bisa membuat tim trauma untuk ibu-ibu yang akan bersalin. Jadi itu bagus. Tim itu belum ada di Indonesia. Kalau ibu di bidan Suwandi bisa bikin tim itu hebat itu. Itu tim itu akan mendapat rekor dunia itu ya. Tim khusus untuk persalinan dengan trauma. Pasti semua pada daftar ke Suwandi. Bayar pun pasti mau karena banyak ibu-ibu yang mengalami trauma kan. Pada saat persalinan banyak, cuman selama ini disembunyikan karena takutnya ngomong sama keluarga, ngomong sama teman nanti akhirnya dicaci maki, dihina, nah, ya kan? Makanya menutup diri. Jadi bagus itu bikin atau hubungi timnya. Timnya bagaimana ya kalau kita dapat pasien itu kita ajak serta suami pasien, dokter kandungannya, psikolog atau psikiater untuk bersama-sama menangani pasien ini. Nggak bisa sendirian ya. Gitu sayang.
Baik, Dokter Amira, terima kasih banyak atas jawabannya. Benar banget ya, Dokter ya. Jadi sebenarnya trauma itu sebenarnya banyak, tapi memang itu banyak ibu yang mengalami trauma, tapi tidak kelihatan. Nah, tadi Dokter Amira itu ada solusi nih buat kita semua, yaitu membentuk sebuah tim di mana tim itu dibentuk untuk mengatasi para mereka ibu-ibu yang mengalami trauma, atau disebut dengan kolaborasi ya, yang di dalamnya tuh ada dokter objin, kemudian ada psikiater, ada psikolog dan lainnya, dan juga ada bidan pastinya. Di sini saya masih membuka pertanyaan karena tadi sudah dari kolom chat. Untuk pertanyaan selanjutnya saya ambil dari yang reseni. Untuk Ibu Hartini saya persilakan untuk bertanya kepada Dokter Amira.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Ya, dokter mau bertanya, ini saya Ibu Hartini dari RSUD Sidoarjo Barat. Ini kami pernah menemukan kasus dokter untuk yang heading, kita kan pakai lidokain dokter. Nah, setelah heading selesai sekitar 1 jam itu vulvanya itu bengkak sampai pubis itu loh dokter. Apakah itu ya sampai perineum sampai pubis itu bengkak. Jadi isinya kayak cairan gitu dokter, tapi enggak darah dokter. Apakah itu reaksi dari lidokain atau memang kurang dalam? Enggak sih. Apa memang alergi yang lain dokter?
Iya, makasih Ibu Bidan Hartini, salam hormat. Saya juga pernah di RSUD Sidoarjo loh, tapi bukan Sidoarjo Barat, RSUD Sidoarjo yang utamanya.
Iya dokter. Ini kami sama dokter Esmond dokter. SPOG-nya kami.
Ya, saya nggak sama saya, dokter Esmond tuh musuh saya. Enggak ya, musuh ya, teman ya. Teman tapi mesra itu.
Oh gitu.
Enggak, masa sih. Jadi kalau untuk yang masalah lidokain itu memang ada beberapa pasien yang karena lidokain bengkak. Ya sebenarnya karena penyuntikannya. Harusnya penyuntikannya memang lebih dalam, jangan di luar mukosa. Kalau di dekat mukosa memang cenderung akan lebih gampang untuk odema atau bengkak, agak dalam nyuntiknya, dan kalau bisa emang arahnya lebih ke kiri ya, jadi menjauhi mukosanya, jadi arahnya ke dalam. Nah, jadi supaya apa? Supaya dia tidak ngumpul di situ, tidak ngumpul di mukosanya. Sering memang begitu. Tapi kalau untuk alergi lidokain sih jarang ya Bu ya. Kalau misalkan memang itu terjadi, diemin aja nggak apa-apa. Nanti juga lama-lama kempes. Biasanya kita kasih antihistamin kayak dexamethasone atau methylprednisolone ya, injeksi bisa. Kalau memang itu terjadi nggak usah dikeluarin lagi, karena kalau dikeluarin ya itu isinya cairan lido itu. Tapi kalau nggak usah dikeluarin, nanti dia kempes sendiri kok dengan obat. Gimana Bu? Gimana Bu? Gimana Bu? Gimana Bu? Saya?
Bengkaknya itu sampai atas itu loh.
Oke.
Jadi melingkar ke atas.
Ya, jadi yang penting Ibu harus pastikan dulu dari bawah ya. Waktu pas mau jahit pertama dipastikan dulu kan anusnya aman yang penting kan. Yang penting nggak kena ke bawah kan. Grade berapa? Grade 2?
Grade 2 sih.
Oke, grade 2 ya. Karena saya juga pernah dapat kasus juga di sini beberapa pasien bengkak. Ternyata pas saya cek karena bukan masalah lidokainnya, tapi ternyata masalahnya jahitannya kurang dalam. Jadi akhirnya hematom, gitu loh, jahitnya kurang dalam. Jadi mesti pertama dipastikan dulu, pasti nggak dia ruptur grade 2, betul nggak? Sering tuh kadang-kadang menipu, Bu. Grade 2 taunya grade 3, ada yang belum kejahit, itu yang bikin seringkali bengkak. Kedua, kalau pakai lidokain, ya nanti usahain mungkin jarumnya, kalau memang biasanya pakai jarum yang spet berapa cc, Bu? 3 cc paling kan? Cek dulu orangnya gemuk apa kurus. Kalau orangnya gemuk agak besaran spetnya, yang 5 cc. Ya, kalau orangnya kurus nggak apa pakai yang kecil. Karena kadang kalau orang gemuk nanti dia mengumpul di bawahnya, di bawah mukosanya si lidonya itu ya. Jadi kalau orangnya gemuk ya spetnya agak besar. Ya, kalau orangnya kurus nggak apa-apa yang spet 3 cc. Terus habis itu ya jahitnya agak dalam, Bu. Kalau memang betul grade 2, jangan di atasnya aja. Kadang suka memang bengkak. Tapi kalau lidokain sih biasanya selama ini yang pengalaman saya jarang karena alergi, lebih kepada penyuntikannya itu agak ke pinggir, kurang dalam, gitu. Kadang kita nyuntik itu kadang takut-takut, Bu. Maksudnya bukan takut gimana ya, kan pasien tuh kadang nyeri kan. Nah, jadi agak dalam aja nggak apa-apa. Memang awalnya sakit kalau agak dalam, tapi dia nggak bikin hematom atau nggak bikin odema itu. Kalau udah odema nggak usah diapa-apain, kasih obat nanti kempes. Dah.
Terima kasih, Dokter.
Sama, salam hormat buat teman-teman di sana.
Iya, Dokter.
Kalau saya ke Sidoarjo, saya dikasih kerjaan nggak kira-kira ini?
Siap menyambut Dokter Amira.
Saya siap mendampingi lah, buat tim hura-hura aja. Salam buat semuanya ya, Bu Bidan ya. Ya.
Saya ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Dokter Amira atas jawaban yang begitu luar biasa. Bukan hanya menjawab tapi juga sharing ya tadi itu dokter ya. Langsung aja kami masih membuka sesi pertanyaan ya dokter, karena banyak sekali yang ingin bertanya kepada dokter ini. Untuk selanjutnya saya persilakan Ibu Alia dari RSUD Sumberjo Bojonegoro. Saya persilakan untuk waktu dan kesempatannya.
Selamat siang, Dokter Amira.
Siang, Ibu. Sehat.
Perkenalkan, saya Alia dari RSUD Sumberjo. Izin bertanya, Dokter. Jadi kita seringkali itu pada saat episiotomi itu kan sudah kami injeksi lidokain ya, lidokain 2 ampul. Tetapi dalam proses penjahitan, itu seringkali pasien masih merasakan nyeri. Itu mungkin dari evaluasi, mungkin apakah teknik dari anestesi kami pada saat penyuntikan itu yang kurang tepat atau bagaimana? Barangkali dokter punya trik gitu, Dok. Terima kasih, Dok.
Oke, Bu, kalau saya biasanya kalau pasien itu diinjeksi, saat diinjeksi itu sebelum injeksi masuk ya, biasanya kita tekan dulu bagian mukosa yang kita mau injeksi ya. Jadi kita regangkan dulu. Kita regangkan dulu secara kuat, baru kita masukin injeksinya supaya masuknya itu agak dalam, Bu. Masuknya agak dalam, dan kalau nyerinya itu kan biasanya seringnya malahan di bagian kulit ya. Kulitnya biasanya, mukosanya kalau bagian dalam jarang ya, Bu ya. Jadi nanti biasanya kita melakukan penyuntikan 2 kali, Bu. Kalau saya biasanya kalau memang 3, grade 3 gitu, saya kasih 2 ampul dulu di luar, baru 1 ampul di pas mukosanya, di tempat yang mau dijahit lagi. Biasanya saya lakukan 2 tahap seperti itu. Kan 2 ampul karena ruptur grade 3 biasanya lebih dalam, ya. Nah, jadi jahitan lebih banyak tuh, ya kan? Karena lidokain tuh biasanya nggak lama, Bu. Beberapa menit juga dia udah hilang biasanya nyerinya, ya. Apalagi kalau lidokainnya pakai yang merek-merek generik. Nah, itu juga lebih sering tuh. Paling sering biasanya kan kalau BPJS merek-mereknya bukan merek-merek yang bagus, Bu. Biasanya merek-merek yang murah lidokainnya. Itu juga berpengaruh banget, ya. Jadi saya biasanya memberikannya 2 tahap. Tahap pertama 2 ampul, tahap kedua pas di bagian kulit sebelum jahit saya masukin lagi. Gitu.
Oh, berarti 4 ampul ya, Dok?
1 ampul yang terakhir, yang kulit 1 ampul aja. Iya,
3 ampul ya?
Iya, 3 ampul. Jadi tahapannya gitu. Yang pertama 2 ampul dulu masuk. Ibu jahit dong semua, udah kan? Tapi kan saat ibu jahit itu kan ibu butuh waktu kan, beberapa menit sampai ke atas kan, sampai ke depan. Udah hilang nyerinya. Pasti masih sakitan dia. Makanya 1 ampul lagi sebelum tindakan yang terakhir di luar. Gitu.
Oh, gitu, Dok.
Jadi sebelum kulit kasih 1 ampul. Gitu.
Oh, gitu. Untuk minimal untuk penambahan dosis itu berapa menit, Dok?
Sampai 4 ampul pun boleh kok.
Sampai minimal penambahan dari waktunya, jarak waktu dari pemberian dosis pertama sama yang
langsung
kedua.
Boleh, nggak apa-apa. Nggak ada waktunya. Lidokain itu cuma lokal, Bu. Kalau lokal itu kan cuma sesaat aja, berapa menit juga hilang dia.
Oh, begitu.
Iya.
Oh, baik dokter.
Nah, itu bisa ditambah cara gitu. Biasanya emang nggak sadar, tapi pasien-pasien biasanya di sini kalau bidan-bidanku aku kasih tips begitu. Pokoknya terakhir pas mau kulit 1 ampul masukin. Udah, jadi pas dia dijahit kulit dia tenang. Ya, 2 ampul nggak boleh sih Bu, tergantung pasiennya kan. Kalau pasien obesitas ya lebihin aja. Kalau pasien kurus 1 ampul cukup terakhir. Ya, jadi nggak ada masalah, nggak ada penelitian yang menunjukkan bahwa harus berapa ampul maksimal, nggak ada. 4 ampul pun boleh-boleh aja nggak masalah. Tapi tekniknya aja seperti yang tadi saya bilang. Teknik itu kalau misalkan kita dari awal sudah injeksi 2 ampul, kita lupa bahwa ada yang paling sakit yaitu mukosa luar. Itu yang justru harus kita lakukan terakhir. Terakhir kita masukin dulu. Nanti paling kan tunggu nggak usah lama-lama, 1 menit itu udah kita jahit kan, udah berasa.
Terima kasih sekali Dokter Amira.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Dokter Amira atas jawaban yang begitu luar biasa. Untuk selanjutnya akan dibuka sesi pertanyaan yang terakhir. Mungkin dari teman-teman yang
Ini terakhir saya, soalnya aku ada situ operasi sayang, ada pasienku yang perdarahan ini plasenta previa. Ya, jadi aku terakhir habis ini ya, pasienku udah tinggal di bius sih, udah mau diintubasi. Oke? Terakhir sayang. Sip.
Ya, mungkin karena keterbatasan waktu, karena mungkin dari Dokter Amira habis ini akan ada aktivitas lainnya. Tadi kan sudah di awal itu saya menyebutkan terkait sosial media dari dokter. Jadi mungkin dari teman-teman yang ingin bertanya, bisa di lain kesempatan waktu ya, bisa bertanya melalui sosial media dari Dokter Amira. Untuk selanjutnya, saya ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Dokter Amira atas materi yang telah diberikan tadi, yaitu tentang bagaimana cara untuk trauma itu tidak terjadi atau untuk minimal trauma pada saat persalinan.
Oke, teman-teman maaf sayang, itu ada nomor telepon WA aku di situ kan, 0812 3507 3544. Nanti WA aja. Kalau ada yang mau ditanyain, bidan-bidan yang ada di sini semuanya di grup ini, kapanpun jam berapapun tinggal WA aku. Insya Allah aku jawab pelan-pelan. Soalnya handphone cuma 1 buat rame-rame, buat semua umat manusia handphone ini 1. Oke?
Baik, terima kasih
WA
banyak
langsung.
Dokter. Tadi untuk
07
Ya, untuk nomor WA-nya tadi mungkin bisa diulangi lagi nih dokter, mungkin teman-teman mau siap-siap untuk mencatatnya.
Oke, 08 12 3507 3544. 0812 3507 3544. Ini ada di slide terakhirku padahal. Tuh. Oke?
Oke, baik dokter. Jadi tadi sudah disebutkan terkait nomor HP dari Dokter Amira ya teman-teman, dan juga sudah dicantumkan ternyata di materi PPT-nya, dan materi PPT nanti akan di-share setelah acara. Demikian sesi penyampaian materi dan tanya jawab dari narasumber kedua kita. Sebelum sesi berikutnya, izinkan saya untuk menarik kesimpulan dari materi Dokter Amira, yakni pentingnya perawatan prenatal yang baik, penggunaan teknik khusus selama persalinan, komunikasi yang efektif dengan pasien, dan pemantauan yang cermat untuk mencapai persalinan yang aman dan minim trauma. Selain itu, kita harus memperhatikan semua aspek perawatan dan proses persalinan. Sebab, sebaik-baiknya proses persalinan ialah yang menghasilkan ibu bayi yang sehat dan juga selamat. Para sobat sindrom yang berbahagia, memasuki acara berikutnya, yaitu sesi penyerahan sertifikat kepada narasumber kedua kita. Untuk sertifikat narasumber kedua, yakni Dr. Amira Abda, spesialis objin, akan diberikan oleh Ibu Dwi Purwanti. Kepada Ibu Dwi, kami persilakan.
Hai, terima kasih. Halo, Dokter Amira. Terima kasih sekali untuk Dokter Amira, SPOG, MCAT Klinik ya, kedokteran klinik.
Maaf kepencet.
Ya.
Iya Bu, siap.
Oke, baik. Yang terhormat Dokter Amira, SPOG, Magister Kedokteran Klinik. Pada kesempatan siang hari ini, saya serahkan sertifikat sebagai tanda bahwa dokter sudah luar biasa sebagai speaker dalam acara sindrom yang diadakan oleh anak kami. Sekali lagi terima kasih atas ilmu dan pengalaman yang sudah dibagikan ke acara atau giat sindrom pada tahun 2023. Saya serahkan, dokter.
Siap, terima kasih banyak Bu. Saya beruntung banget, berterima kasih sudah diberi kesempatan untuk bergabung di teman-teman bidan-bidan seluruh Jawa Timur ini mungkin ya. Dan Politeknik Surabaya, mudah-mudahan kita bisa ketemu langsung nanti. Salam hormat, hebat semuanya.
Sama-sama.
Baik, terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada Ibu Dwi Purwanti selaku Ketua Program Studi Sarjana Terapan Kebidanan kami yang telah bersedia menyerahkan sertifikat kepada narasumber kedua kita pada hari ini. Kepada Dr. Amira, saya mewakili panitia dan seluruh Sobat Sindrom mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya karena telah bersedia hadir pada seminar internasional atau kita sebut dengan Sindrom 2023 dan memberikan materi yang sangat bermanfaat bagi kami semua. Saya juga mengucapkan mohon maaf apabila ada salah kata maupun perbuatan dari kami juga selaku panitia. Kepada Dr. Amira, apabila ingin melanjutkan aktivitas lainnya, saya persilakan.
Terima kasih semua, dadah. Assalamualaikum. Muah, love you.
Waalaikumsalam, dokter.
Sampai jumpa.
Terima kasih, dokter.
Terima kasih, dokter.
Banyak Dokter Amira. Semoga kita semua bisa bertemu lagi ya dengan Dokter Amira di kesempatan. Baik, Sobat Sindrom sekalian, demikian penyampaian materi seminar internasional oleh kedua narasumber kita. Terima kasih kepada narasumber kita yang sangat luar biasa. Semoga ilmu yang didapatkan dalam acara seminar internasional ini dapat bermanfaat bagi kita semua, baik untuk hari ini maupun di kemudian hari dan kedepannya. Burung itik, burung gagak. Saya Zakia, pamit undur diri ya. Untuk selanjutnya, saya kembalikan kepada MC.
Thank you, Ms. Zakia. We express our sincere gratitude to Ms. Zakia for her guidance throughout the material session, the engaging question and answer segment, and the presentation of the award certificate to our second speaker. Your expertise has been truly appreciated. It is truly captivating to witness the wealth of knowledge our speakers have shared today, shedding light on previously unknown aspects. We hope that the material presented will prove useful and enrich the knowledge of our syndrome friends. Before we proceed to the next agenda, we kindly request all participants to take a moment and fill in the evaluation link that has been shared by the committee in the Zoom chat column. Your feedback is invaluable to us. Now we come to the agenda of the participant certificate handover, which will be conducted by the Chief of the Syndrome 2023. We extend a warm welcome to Ms. Virga Deswinta for this task.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mrs. Nui Pawestri. Thank you for your participation in Syndrome 2023. Hopefully, Syndrome 2023 can be useful for Ms. Nui Pawestri, STR Cup, MTR Cup, and also for all of us. Thank you, Mrs. Nui Pawestri.
Next, we have reached the eagerly anticipated moment of namely the reading of the active participants of Syndrome 2023. The recipients of these prizes were selected based on the criteria that were announced at the beginning of the event and will receive a door prize. Without further ado, we proudly announce that the most active participants of Syndrome 2023 are Rachel, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Seilania Siska, _Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Anindya Dara Puspita, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Putri Rahayu, _Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. And last, Yati Isnaini Safitri, Universitas Nahdlatul Ulama Surabaya. And next, Aurelin Hero, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Leli Al-Fajriyatu, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Fairuz Hana, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Usnawati, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya. Wiwi Anggraini, RSUD Suwandi Surabaya. Hartini Sri Utami, RSUD Sidoarjo Barat. For the individuals whose name were mentioned, kindly contact the committee at the provided phone number in the Zoom chat room. Once again, we would like to emphasize that this morning event is made possible with the support of Citra and Pixie. Citra is a local brand in Indonesia, envision becoming a complete skincare brand that provides overall natural beauty. Pixie, on the other hand, is a women's cosmetic brand that supports modern, feminine, chic, and simple looks. That concludes the series of events for Syndrome, International Seminar and Discussion of Midwifery 2023 today. We hope that this event has been informative and beneficial to all of us. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, as the Master of Ceremonies, I would like to express our gratitude to all the participants for their active participation. We also sincerely apologize for any shortcomings or inconvenience that may have occurred during the event. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To the esteemed lecturer, we extend our gratitude and you are welcome to leave the Zoom meeting. And to all participants, you are welcome to leave the Zoom meeting at this time.
Terima kasih atas kehadirannya Ibu-Ibu semua. Sampai berjumpa lagi di webinar berikutnya. Selamat dan sukses ya untuk semuanya. Terima kasih. Izin live.
Gatal gigitan serangga. Kasihan. Cepat. Colek Ici Cream.
Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa lumpuhkan tanganku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa merebut senyumku, tapi sungguh tak akan lama. Kau bisa merobek hatiku, tapi aku tahu obatnya. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Kau bisa hitamkan putihku, kau takkan gelapkan apapun. Kau bisa runtuhkan jalanku, kan ku temukan jalan yang lain. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Bila bukan kehendaknya, tidak satu pun jelasmu akan bawa bahaya. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, patah tanganku, rebut senyumku, hitamkan putihnya hatiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. dalamnya lautan akan kuarungi, gunung yang menjulang pastikan ku daki.
Rintangan yang datang takkan menghalangi segala niat yang telah kita yakini.
Kadang aku harus menyatu dan juga saling melengkapi untuk menggapai semua mimpi menjadi yang terbaik. Jangan pernah menyerah, menaklukkan dunia. Jangan berhenti untuk terus berjuang jadi pemenang. Tetap semangat ini takkan pernah habis selama kita terus bersama. Meski berbeda, kita pasti bisa. Jangan putus asa menghadapi cobaan.
Yakin dan percaya itulah kuncinya.
Kadang aku harus menyatu dan juga saling melengkapi untuk menggapai semua mimpi menjadi yang terbaik. Jangan pernah Jangan pernah menyerah, menaklukkan dunia. Jangan berhenti untuk terus berjuang jadi pemenang. Tetap semangat ini takkan pernah habis selama kita terus bersama. Meski berbeda, jangan pernah menyerah, menaklukkan dunia. Jangan berhenti untuk terus berjuang jadi pemenang. Tetap semangat ini takkan pernah habis selama kita terus bersama.
Selama kita terus bersama.
Selama kita terus bersama. Meski berbeda, kita pasti bisa.
안녕 대보대학교 학생들. 네, 저는 더비대학교 2, 3학번 주학년입니다. 오늘 조금 부었어. 어떡해. 오늘은 MT가 있는 날입니다. 항상 일찍 다니기 때문에 굉장히 준비성이 철저한 편이죠. 네, 그래서 1호차 더비대학교 총학생 5회. 기사님도 없는데 제가 먼저 왔습니다. 역시 여기는 저밖에 없습니다. 제가 여기에서
뭐야 왔어? 그래 너 두 번째다. 나 언제 오냐 생각했는데 애들이 안 와. 오늘 MT 왜? 뭔 일 있어?
역시 우리 형은 못 이깁니다. 우리 복학생 형은 못 이겨요. 인사 한번 해주세요. 제 브이로그입니다.
유튜브 시작했어?
아, 글쎄요.
나 이런 거 유튜브 되게 어색해서 이런 거 안 해봤단 말이야. 미안해요.
너 언제 오는 거야? 진짜로?
길을 떠나는가.
무슨 일이야? 형 왜 이렇게 일찍 왔어?
어? 아, 나 원래 일찍 오지. 아, 그래도 와서 다행이다. 아, 난 아무도 안 오는 줄 알고 나 얘랑 갈 뻔했잖아.
주현이 왜 이렇게 일찍 왔어 오늘?
하하, 참. 왜 세상스럽게 왜 그래 원래?
정말 새삼스럽게 왜 그러지?
아, 근데 오랜만이다. 소풍.
기분이 어떠세요?
유튜브 시작했대 얘. 하라는 공부는 안 하고.
유튜브 시작했어. 구독자가 조금 괜찮아. 몇 명 있어 지금.
아, 연예인 다 됐네. 연예인 다 됐어. 그 채널명이 뭐야?
채널명 주라기 공원.
야, 구독자가 7명? 야, 우리 지금 대학생도 안 되는데?
네, 그쵸. 다 하면 그래도 이제 조금 많아져요.
아, 왜 이렇게 늦었어? 미안. 에이요, 에이요. 야, 그 대신 맛있는 것 좀 챙겨왔어.
뭐?
여행은 맛동산. 맛동산. 느낌 있는데? 또 지갑비 거들려 했죠?
마동산.
평상시엔 늦어도 되는데 오늘은 늦으면 안 되지. 제가 제빵을 열심히 연구하느라 내가 너무 늦게